Oh, my damn nose. My damn nose. Am I live? Am I live? Yeah, I'm live. Hell yeah. Hello, Ika. Hello, Savage. Fuck me. It's one of those, you know that fake Lenin quote that there's like, there are decades where nothing happens and weeks where decades happen. It's really one of those weeks at the moment. Fucking southern Yemen seceding, the Venezuela events and all this stuff. Look, I'm getting ready to take an amazing video for Instagram. Only kidding. Hello everyone, I am live on YouTube right now covering Trump's coup in Venezuela, the capture of Maduro, and his upcoming press conference. If you're on Instagram, the link is here. If you're on TikTok, the link is in my damn bio. Fuck this timeline. I mean, yeah, it's bad. It's kind of... Unfortunately, though, and I made a TikTok about this, unfortunately, this is just sort of what America is like, and I've seen some good takes about this, but we're going to start off with something nice. We're going to start with something nice. Did you see D'Angelo Wallace crashing out at the pro-Palestine community? No, I didn't. I've been quite sick, as you know, so I've just gotten better, and... Also, I've been quite busy, you know, I wanted to take some time off. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to reach the level of commitment of certain people to the stream grind. Like, I guess part of it, you have to be single. Part of it, you have to be, I don't know. I guess I don't really know how certain people do it if they have, like, partners and stuff. Just the level of grind espoused by some people. But I just like spending time with my family, so I haven't kept up with everything, you know. And also, yesterday, I did... the most recent episode of No Politic Here with Isaac and guest Taylor Lorenz. So that'll be out soon, discussing Trump and Venezuela. I've also been trying to convince Isaac, I don't know if he's going to do it. Well, I messaged him one time, so not really convince him, to come on stream later, but I don't know if he will. He's probably got to edit the thing. Donald's gone rogue. Donald is just doing what the US does. But we're going to start off with some nice calm Wordle. God, I feel a lot better today than my previous stream, I will say. I went to the gym this morning and so struggled to focus. Is Tony here? Wow. Ugh. Tony Soprano lover, wicked and evil. We're going to start off with something really nice. Getting our news about Palestine on TikTok because Palestinian people are documenting their own oppression. I mean, once again, I spoke about this the other day. Like, I had a Palestinian friend, two Palestinian friends, and they were arguing about, like, kind of arguing, not really, but one of them just made this point, and they were like, I don't like where the line of argument ends up that's like, oh, you can only listen to Palestinians. I think you should listen to Palestinians. I think you should take seriously the opinions of Palestinians. I think you should try and listen and read about people's experiences. However, simultaneously, I don't like where that line of reasoning ends up because you end up thinking that Mossab Hassan Youssef is like a good source on Palestine because... Mossab Hassan Youssef is Palestinian, son of Hamas, Mossab Hassan Youssef. Or that Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib from living in Gaza for 5 years is some kind of authority. And I think the truth is that anyone can have decent and informed views on Palestine. It's just about reading and appreciating and learning. And I don't think you should just silence anyone who's Palestinian in favor of yourself. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that sometimes I hate that line of argumentation, and I think that there are plenty of great creators on TikTok, many of whom aren't just white like me. And yeah, I mean, Tony Soprano Lover was talking to me about this earlier. Kind of crazy how this was done, like, at nighttime. Like, I woke up earlier and, you know, I was just like, oh, this is pretty crazy news. And then I saw the Trump Truth Social post really early. What is heated rivalry? I've seen people talking about this. But yeah, I saw this pretty early. But you burger writers will not really know what's going on. But yeah, I've not seen this heated rivalry show. I did start watching Pluribus the other day. That's pretty good. I enjoyed the first episode. I saw Marty Supreme. But yeah, we wish we were here on a Saturday under a different circumstances. Yeah. By the way, at certain points I will be back to doing more streams. I've just put my hand in my tea. I don't know why. Well, actually, I don't know, because obviously you guys now get another piece of content per week, which is the No Politic Here podcast. But I think I owe you guys a gaming stream, which I'm hoping to get in. But obviously Christmas didn't really turn out that practical. And yeah, I'm so hard on Tony Soprano Lover. I'm horrible. I like Pluribus a lot. Yeah, first episode was good. We'll see where it goes from there. I'm a big fan of Vince Gilligan. I like Breaking Bad. I'm not someone who shits on it so much. I do think it pales in comparison to Sopranos, and I've not finished Better Call Saul, but yeah, I just, yeah, Pluribus is great. It seems great. The first episode was very interesting. Right, we're going to just start with, you know what, it's one of those days where I'm starting with Ouija. Saint. Ooh, I shouldn't have guessed that. Stain. No. Stare? Okay. Right. So, we know it has to be S I T. The US has a habit of invading countries on weekends in the middle of the night, simply since most news people are not working, so they get the shitstorm delayed. I mean, at this point, I don't even know that there's a shitstorm. Like, literally, just look at the UK, man. Like, look at Keir Starmer just coming out and being like, "Oh, it might be illegal to do." I don't even think he said that. So, but it can't. The A has to be here. The T has to be there, so it has to be something. Sitar? What is it? What is that? What is sitar? Why is it like? I mean, it had to be that. Sitar. I've never heard the word sitar. I hate that when there's a word that maybe I'm just pronouncing. Oh, I do know what a sitar is. It's a plucked string instrument, which you'd probably recognize if you saw a picture of it. This kind of thing. I'd be playing that. World War III. I don't think it's World War III. I don't think it's World War III, but yeah. Right, we'll play Connections. It's an Indian stringed instrument. Indian? You know my opinions about any foreigners. I'm from the UK and we're really racist and hate trans people here. That's just what we're like over here. We're pretty crazy with some of these things. By the way, I have a fantastic tweet up. It's one of my greatest in a while. Jeffrey Epstein's former best friend did what to Venezuela? Because, you know, he is Jeffrey Epstein's former best friend. Sitar, I don't know. Sitar is a medieval instrument. Corbyn already calling for strong condemnation on LBC, but even he is a little depressed about what can actually be done. Yeah, I mean, there are things to be said about that. There were some good tweets. There were kind of a couple, like, ultimately, especially this last year, realistically, Western governments weathered pretty well the storm of huge outrage over Palestine and, like, a genuine outrage that extended not just to the population but also to celebrities, to some small number of companies that came out, obviously not the vast majority. I mean, the Lush founder is surprisingly based around Palestine, and in some ways I think maybe it's about sanitizing the image of the company, but also they're like, you know, it's pretty unequivocal how, like, he's spoken out for Palestine. They weathered the storm around that mass protest and nothing came of it, you know, nothing came of it. And so I think they ultimately know, what do they have to do? They can just do things, you know. War crimes, we hit civilian neighbors. The only thing I'll say is, like, as much as I feel sympathy for, you know, mass civilian casualties, I just don't think it matters, unfortunately, with these governments. It's pretty self-evident that basically whatever you do, you're going to get away with. I mean, look what they did to the International Criminal Court. Like, the US have just sanctioned, they've debanked and they've deplatformed so many people. Yeah. Pretending I don't know who Trump is. Who is this Trump guy? Guys, maybe after all, Orange Man was bad? I don't know, though. Yeah, it's a shame that, guys, I think though, in this stream, we need to be frank. Venezuela is, and I'm going to full camera myself, and I'm going to look into it. Venezuela is a terrible drug trafficking hub. 3 million US civilians die every second because of Venezuela's drugs. They took all the oil from the good Americans. And I think that anytime we talk about Venezuela, we just need to preface it all by that. Marco Rubio is an incredibly important individual. He was never photographed, or he was never seen anywhere near a gay nightclub. It's just not true. Seriously, I think some of you need to be kinder to them. Did any of you see... Wait, I should probably do this. Sorry, someone told me some of the answers. I haven't even looked at these. Gene, what did you say? Narco Rubio. He's Cuban. Guys, you have to listen to real, authentic Cuban voices. Like Marco, little Marco. Narco Marco. Yep, they started a war and they invaded the US. The oil promised to us 3,000 years ago. Yep, westward expansion. God told the US that they needed to do it and to defeat godless communists. Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to find out about how we just need to urge de-escalation and respect for the rules-based international order. But once again, I do think, like, what is that? Look at Keir Starmer's statement. Wait, we should probably finish connections. But Keir Starmer just looks so pathetic. He also looks really white. I don't know why. I mean, he's a white guy. Keir Starmer, he's a white guy. Will be involved in Venezuela's oil industry. Trump says after Caracas attacked and Maduro captured. I'm shocked. Yeah, I mean... I think it was ultimately that he didn't dance the exact tune, and Maduro was always going to maintain relationships with places like Cuba, with places like China. So, you know, yeah, it's... I think whatever becomes of Maduro, he did at least have those moments of the good songs and stuff. Vibes-based international order. Yeah, the vibes being loving genocide. And just however the whims and wills of Western presidents feel. Once again, I keep repeating this fact because it is so insane. Just the fact that, you know, after the First World War, they couldn't agree on the notion of, you know, all human beings being made equal. And I don't think that has changed. And I do think it's this hard thing because whenever you talk to someone who's like a fucking anti-Semite, like pro-Nazi individual, and they're like, oh, it was bad that the UK fought the Second World War. It's just like, oh, shut up about that. However, simultaneously, I don't think we're covered in glory from what we did. Like, these were incredibly destructive wars that we engaged in, and objectively, yes, getting rid of the Germans in both manifestations was a good thing. You know, like the Kaiser was obviously he was better than Hitler because that's not very hard. However, simultaneously, it's just like we were bad. We were really bad, and we have a very racist system that is not good. I mean, am I ever gonna finish this? No, I haven't seen the Rev and Reeve video. Maybe we should actually have him on podcast. The Gaza Ghetto Uprising is like a 10 out of 10 video.
It is utterly ridiculous.
And also me and him share, you know, a semi-similarity, and I think he's pretty academic, whereas, you know, Isaac's a bit like stupid, basically. I think you guys are going to really enjoy the... I'm really going to enjoy the latest episode. I forced Isaac to do an IQ test, and I won. By the way, of course, I'm joking. Isaac is a very smart and wonderful guy. I'm a big fan of his. I like his style. I like his steez and stuff. You know, anything I say is a joke. He's a brilliant commentator who's done very well for himself on YouTube. And no, I genuinely love talking to Isaac, and he absolutely carried the... By the way, I hope no one actually took that seriously. He was brilliant on the episode about, I'm sure that many of you have watched it, the episode about, what was it about? The peace conference, especially when I started flagging, the peace process during that, when I was like, yeah, that was a very hungover day. Also, Gavin Redmond, thanks for the 99 cent. Is it cent in euros? I'm going to be spending that on some Spanish jambon. Is Isaac your work husband or your actual real husband? Bro, and all of you who are asking about the heated rivalry and stuff, this is gonna be the content nuke about Isaac. It's just gonna be me being like, Isaac is a stupid anti-English terrorist, and I'm gonna play a clip where Isaac's speaking negatively about the UK and British people having bad teeth, and then you're all gonna remove his desk sponsorship, which, by the way, I've mentioned this, I am incensed by. Everyone knows I have a beautiful desk. I have a beautiful desk from FlexSpot, which do not sponsor me. I love this. I love the FlexSpot desk. It won't let me buy a membership. Don't stress if you can't. I mean, it's always greatly appreciated. You're helping to keep the Chris K YouTube channel independent. I'm not gonna have to take the sponsor from Steak. But no, sorry, Isaac. Ever since Isaac got the FlexSpot, the Flexi Spot desk sponsorship, and I didn't. Oof, this guy, man. I love their desks independently. Sorry, I've kind of, yeah. Heated Rivalry is a gay hockey show. Oh, wow, nice. I love hockey, and I like gay people. I'm joking. I don't. The only English patriots are the Irish. Right, I'm going to finish this because I have been sat here with this in front of me, and I haven't even looked at them. Can you guys help me? Captain Tom, the guy who walked around his garden, if you don't know about that, get to know. Desk over computer. Desk more important for research than computer, or else. Yes. Down with imperialism, brother. Did any of you... I was laughing earlier. Oh, fuck, I'm never going to finish this. I guess we also have like kind of an hour before the... I've accidentally gone to Ayatollah Khamenei's French account. Hey, Victor Bergland. Thanks for becoming a member. You're a member of the Crustatorship now. But yeah, you like hockey and gay people, but didn't mention Israel. Are you anti-Semitic? Do you love Israel? Yeah. Oh, Captain, Private, General, and Major. They're all ranks in the U.S. Army. Or the Army? Yeah. But Chris, did Isaac hurt D'Angelo Wallace's feelings? Poor D'Angelo had to the ContraPoints take because we hurt his feelings about Starbucks and BDS. I see some people who criticize the vote with the wallets thing, and it does feel like it's something that we can do, and I don't think there's any reason to advocate that people don't do it. But the other thing is just when if someone's genuinely upset over that, and like people being like, oh, don't buy McDonald's, it's like, yeah, what can you say? Fuck's sake. I don't know if I can show this because someone's put a cartoon of the Ayatollah in a dangerous situation. But anyway, I like this because it is a funny tweet. Like, this is not an endorsement. A like is not an endorsement of the IRGC. However, him tweeting, "We will bring the enemy to its knees" is never going to not be funny to me. Oh, SOS, Work, Umbrella, and Diamonds. What, Rihanna songs? Did someone say that? Yeah, great. Nurse Jackie Collins. I don't know who that is. Yeah, there is a lot of homoerotic tension. And I know you said that in the big 2025, it's kind of shocking that 2026, that I'm being more Italiophobic. That's my resolution, be more Italiophobic. Oh, and also, Noxolotl, thank you for the $5. Maybe one day I'll watch the D'Angelo video, but I don't even really know who he is. I just saw he has a lot of views for a live stream, and I think people should critique the pro-Palestine movement, and I think that there are plenty of people who can and do. However, so many videos who are who do this just do it in a way that's not good and not great, and they're not like important or meaningful or exciting. They just kind of whine about their own personal feelings in relation to, you know, genocide, and also the US empire expressing itself in such a horrible way. Wet nurse, wet blanket, and wet bar. Thank you. I haven't done any of these. You've done this. Jean jogger overall slack. Oh, leg wear in the singular. Right, I'm glad we're done with that. Damn, my New Year's resolution was to be slightly less mean to you. Please save me from Latin America. Every moron is cheering the US kidnapping Maduro. Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to know, because obviously I ain't Latin American, and it was never my area of study, you know. Over the, like, I think something I need to get over is, like, confidence to talk about something. Like, I understand the US empire, and I understand what's going on. Like, I've read a decent amount about what's happening, but simultaneously, I don't know about, like, the lives of Latin Americans and the opinions of people. But it doesn't surprise me that there are many people cheering on, especially in Western Latin American people. Because, like, look, Maduro's not necessarily that popular. He's not like Chavez. I doubt that there'll be the same kind of rally around the flag effect. But it's certainly just repugnant watching the US empire continue in the same way, you know. But I'd be interested to see how people are actually celebrating who live there, because simultaneously it's fearful, and who knows what's going to happen. Like, genuinely, who knows what's going to happen? The rich are cheering it on. Yeah, I mean, there was an alright New York Times article, which I'll probably come back to. I think it was New York Times. Wait, yeah, it was New York Times. How oil, drugs, and immigration fueled Trump's Venezuela campaign. And they were just talking about this and how it's basically to do with oil, and it's not really anything else. In fact, there's a really Sky News, Trump oil. Wait, you know what? I don't think we've ever watched this on stream, so I'm actually going to put it on because it's quite like a good precursor to watch today. You know, it's Sky News, so it's not going to be the best thing in the world. But yeah, fuck the US taking away Latin American sovereignty. Yeah, I mean, definitely. It's really this unfortunate thing. And I obviously the cases which I am most familiar with, and I don't think they're like really, really ultimately unique, are the context of places like, you know, Palestine is a kind of good example. Palestine had an election that was loved by the West, that was deemed free and fair, and they allowed Hamas to stand in. And then when Hamas won and the Palestinians chose the wrong people, Palestinians got subjected to a blockade. And it's kind of like, what even is this concept of democracy? Hamas stood in a free and fair election. The Muslim Brotherhood won an election in Egypt. You can criticize Morsi, but he should never have been couped. And once again, this statement is always the most blatantly ridiculous that I've ever seen. To this day, and this is why I will never ever take the opinions of liberals seriously. To this day, the US government, for a coup that occurred under Obama, refused to call the intervention of the Egyptian army into the country's democracy, re-establishing a dictatorship there in a region that we have complained so much about its lack of democracy. In fact, the Middle East generally is pointed out very often as resistant to democracy because in Latin America, democracy promotion to some extent has worked better. However, in the context of somewhere like, you know, the Middle East, it hasn't. And so people move on to this idea of, well, it must be Islam's fault. But then you see this, right? Like, you see this. Egypt's army restored democracy. They did a military coup. It wasn't democratic. And look what it came in response to. His remarks came as police prepared to disperse 2 pro-Morsi sit-ins in the capital, Cairo. 2 weeks later, less than 2 weeks later, the Rabat massacre would occur. Thousands of people were killed in a singular day by the government of Egypt, who we maintain a close relationship with. None of these people care about democracy because the Labour Party, the Democrats, they never change. They never change. Yeah. There is also, of course, the factor of, there is, of course, the factor of they didn't want Gaza, and Morsi didn't actually do that much for Palestine, but even a vague change of someone who was not an entirely pro-Western puppet that could be controlled was too fearful for them. Democracy can only work in Israel out of Middle Eastern countries, because Israel, for its entire meaning to exist, will always vote for the West. It will always return someone who is pro-West, because Israel is an extension of Western imperialism. In every other country in the Middle East region, democracy is 100% a danger, because there is always this firm chance that people are going to vote for something that is not pro-Western. Sure, there are actually some examples like Tunisia where democracy did exist until pretty recently, like the authoritarian backsliding only occurred a couple of years ago, but generally, democracy is just fearful for them because it's not going to return every time some pro-Western stooge. Zoran did that a while ago. However, I did see some people complaining, but he did do something pretty base, which is repeal the IHRA, which, if he was entirely a puppet, I don't think he would have. I saw the Israeli Foreign Ministry condemning him, but yeah, and I think it's, I think that's objectively like a good thing. I'll just pull it up. He, into office, Mamdani has formally revoked all executive orders issued by the previous administration since the 26th of December, including the adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and barring the BDS movement. Those are good changes. I think that whatever you can say about him is good. In terms of this, there are many criticisms, and I would be fearful about certain things, but this is certainly something that I find hoping. Also, Gavin, I'm sorry, I missed your membership. Thank you so much for becoming a member. It's greatly appreciated. I don't know how you worked it out if you're on a mobile, but thank you so much, and sorry for taking so long to reply. I was locked in a rant. He's still a sellout. Yeah, on some things, definitely, it seems he's been a sellout, but this is, like, objectively a good thing, and I don't think something that all Democratic Party people would have done, if you know what I mean. By the way, I want to reiterate once again, the podcast with Taylor yesterday. Fantastic. The people are gonna go crazy for it. There is actually, this did bring me on to, like, a couple of things that I wanted to talk about before we moved into, like, more serious stuff, which is Eric Adams and his goodbye videos, which were pretty funny.
You can look in a jewelry box of this nature, maybe a simple jewelry box, but if you look through it closely, you don't know what your child may be hiding. For instance, a gun. Look at picture frames and behind them, cameras. Try to determine what's taking place. Behind a picture frame, you can find bullets. You should always, when your child brings in his popular knapsack with many different locations, look through it to see what exactly is your child carrying in addition to a book. Something simple as a crack pipe. Something simple.
I didn't watch the full thing yesterday.
As a baby doll.
Oh, fuck. Sorry.
You can look in a jewelry box of this nature, maybe a simple jewelry box, but if you look through it closely, you don't know what your child may be hiding. For instance, a gun. Look at picture frames and behind them, cameras. Try to determine what's taking place. Behind a picture frame, you can find bullets. You should always, when your child brings in his popular knapsack with
Why did he say popular knapsack?
many different locations, look through it to see what exactly is your child carrying in addition to a book. Something simple as a crack pipe. Something simple as a baby doll. Could be just a baby doll, but also it could be a place where you can secrete or hide drugs. Run your hands
I like this part because he uses secrete incorrectly.
over the pillows and see if you feel anything that's unusual. Like a pillow like this where the button is a perfect invitation to hide something. And I felt something bumpy. I would reach in, see what it is. Just look and see what's inside your bookcases. It could be more than just books. Perfect place to hide cocaine.
What's the context of this video? What? Why? Why did he make that? Why did he make that video? What was that about? Also, sorry, I guess you probably missed this because I'm terrible at streaming. Egypt's army is restoring democracy, says John Kerry, and then this was the article about Mamdani revoking the BDS ban, and also the rejects adopting the IHRA, which is good, I mean, my kids be hiding guns in pillows all the time. There were some great videos of him, by the way, of what he's going to do.
Since you're the mayor now, and your life's gonna change in a few hours. What are you gonna do tomorrow?
Have a single malt scotch and smoke a cigar, you know? But, you know, I'm flying out tomorrow to head to a few countries and just start a new journey, a new chapter. Once you're the mayor of the city of New York, the globe opens up to you. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. And I'm looking to use technology to just bring people together. Everything from blockchain technology, artificial intelligence, everything to just bring us together to be one community globally.
It's crazy that wait, actually, before we go into it, can any of you guess where the country he's going to is? Yeah, if the pillow is bumpy, you got to acquit. No. Guess what country he's going to? And I'm going to tell you it's not Israel. It's not Israel. And yeah, I mean, he's doing great stuff. He can make it anywhere. He's using the blockchain. It's not Israel. Ah, there we go. There's the first person. Dubai. He's going to the UAE. He might be in Abu Dhabi because that's more like the power center. But yeah, someone said he's going to the UAE first. It's crazy because what I was about to say is someone is probably going to pay him for this. Oh no, people were saying he might be transferring, but yeah. A source spotted former Mayor Eric Adams at around 11 p.m. last night, waiting for an Emirates flight to Dubai. He appears to be joined by his longtime girlfriend, Tracy Collins, and the single scotch he's spoken about. It was real. The single scotch was real. But yeah, it's crazy to think someone it will be paying him for this blockchain crap. You know, fighting anti-Semitism on the blockchain. How that is a grift, I don't know. But sorry. Obviously, in theory, it's a grift, but how that is a grift worth any kind of money and some multi-billionaire in Dubai just going, yep, here's money for whatever the hell you want to do, Eric Adams, is beyond me. We truly live in an amazing world. Bro, how's he got a girlfriend? Due to aura, I believe. He mogs Zoran Mamdani and gets a girlfriend. That's all I'm saying. There's another great video.
What's your plans for tomorrow? You got a job lined up?
I like how he just repeats it over and over again. Someone said, my friend met him and said he was completely insane. With stone cold seriousness, he intoned, the day before 9/11 was 9/10, and the day after, 9/10 now has so much significance for all us Kirkers in chat. I mean, you know, anyone who's a Kirker, you know what 9/10 was like. By the way, yeah, and you said, according to Al Jazeera, Maduro is currently on a US ship in the Caribbean heading to NYC. Yeah, he's on the Iwo Jima, I think, Trump said in his conference. But yeah, Candace Owens and stuff are trying to make saying 9/10 a thing. I don't really get it. Like, 9/10, it's not... I'm sorry, the 9/10 will probably only live on in meme culture. And I saw there was a little bit of debate over the AI, like, sort of bikini photos of Charlie Kirk. And whilst they are funny, I definitely do appreciate why people took umbrage with them. I can completely understand that because the things that have been going on with Grok are horrifying and, you know, sort of AIing. Like, there's some stuff going on with putting kids in bikinis and stuff with AI. It's not cool. It's not appropriate. But yeah, but still, there was a tweet I really liked about it, which was like, Charlie Kirk died at the worst possible time in human history, where nothing is serious, where everyone is kind of like mocking the Trump administration, and there's kind of this right-wing split. And so, yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of like a terrible time for him where he's just being memed. Give me back my pre-Big Bang. But it's unsurprising. Yeah, of course. Grok will enable anything. Give me back my pre-2018. I hate it here. The only thing I will say is I don't really know about pre any of the time. It was always bad, in my opinion. Oh. Do an impromptu Venezuela thing on my stream. Sorry, by the way, I'm not being rude. I'm texting Isaac about whether he wants to do an impromptu thing on my stream. I don't know if he'll say yes. He's working, so he's working on the podcast. If Carthage beat the Romans. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, sorry. And the day after 9/11 was 9/12. Then his bodyguards and everyone else nodded like it was sage wisdom. I would love to meet the people who spend the most time with Eric Adams, because whatever Eric Adams may be, he may be just the biggest piece of shit, but he is at least very, very funny. I mean, once again, I guess we got to pay tribute because we kind of have some time.
Everyone knows that New York City is the Athens of America. It's the Istanbul of America. It's the Kyiv of America. It's the Seoul of America. We are the Tel Aviv of America. New York City is the Islamabad of America. The Zagreb of America. We are the Lima of America. New York City is Mexico City of America. This is the Dublin of America, New York City. Everyone knows.
You gotta say, there have been a lot of quirky mayors of New York, but this guy really takes the cake. As just a bizarre individual. Oh my god, wait. Did any of you see this? This was very funny. So obviously, I don't know why this happens. I don't know why he doesn't get his own personal account. Mamdani has been passed over this old account. And because of it, there's all these old tweets, including this one. He might be the bad boy of entertainment, but Sean Combs will forever be a New York City kid who made good. He's given so much back to his roots, and every move he makes is proof that the hustle pays off. Enjoy your key to the city, @Diddy. And then it's just photos of Eric Adams, but whilst these are photos of Eric Adams, I am inclined to believe that actually Zoran Mamdani may well have tweeted them. But yeah, certainly a special individual, and one that I don't think anyone is sad about going, but was certainly a very, very, very funny individual, but also horrifying simultaneously. New York City is the America of New York City. Hell yeah. Right, we're going to watch this quickly. It's about types of oil, and then we'll watch the Trump press conference, which is coming up soon.
Now, Donald Trump is insisting that the main reason he's interested in Venezuela, the main reason the US is kind of looking at tankers off the coast of Venezuela comes back to drugs, the trade, the smuggling of illegal drugs out of Venezuela. But what if it's not just that? Maybe there's something else going on. What if it's partly about oil? Now, on the surface, you might be thinking, why does America even need Venezuelan oil? And I can kind of understand your point, because if you look at just total oil production, look, this is up until 2005, the US was there, Venezuela was there, Saudi Arabia was there. But as you probably know, since then, everything has changed. Look, American output has gone through the roof, way above Saudi Arabia.
I'm not an expert in oil production, but isn't this majorly in part because Saudi chooses to produce less oil?
And Venezuela has gone basically to the floor, and that's kind of post-Chavez, Maduro. They're one of the minnows now, and I think 21st biggest producer in the world. So again, that question, why should America care? Well, in the US, that big rise is largely down to this. It's down to the shale revolution. So you've got fracking all around the US producing extraordinary amounts of crude oil. And here's where we get to the interesting bit. Because when you're thinking about crude oil, maybe you're just thinking about, well, look, barrels of oil. It's all the same, isn't it? Well, actually, no. So if you kind of look at crude oil, There are various different types of crude in different parts of the world. There's actually
New York City is the fuck. How have I forgotten the name of any cities in Skyrim? New York City is the Riften of America. I was gonna say Morrowind, but that's like a whole ass island, isn't it? But yeah, OPEC throttle their oil production. Yeah.
kind of various different ways you can categorize it, but one way you can look at it is look at the kind of density. So you're basically looking at how thick that crude is. And when I say thick, I mean literally how thick. This is showing you global production broken down by the density of that oil. And so you've got the kind of medium stuff. And this is probably, if you've got kind of image in your mind of what crude oil looks like, it's a bit like this, you know, it's kind of black, but it's not too viscous, it flows around. But there's other stuff as well. So this is light crude. And it kind of almost looks like a smoothie, doesn't it?
Do not drink the forbidden smoothie. The forbidden oil smoothie. What's the most degenerate city in sort of Skyrim? Like the most horrible one with the worst people in it? Because that's whatever America is.
And that's
the one with like the creepy lady in Oblivion, which I don't remember. The one who's like asking you, "What's the punishment for necrophilia in Oblivion?" In whatever the map of Oblivion's called.
the same stuff. This is still crude oil, but down to the kind of geological and the biological conditions in the ground when it was being formed, you know, hundreds of millions of years ago, it comes out looking a bit different. And so that's light. You've also got heavy stuff. And it's kind of relatively small in global production. But this is gloopy, super viscous stuff, heavy oil. So heavy, medium, light. Remember that. And remember also, the key thing here is you get it out of the ground, it may look like that, but ultimately you still need it to go into, you know, someone's car, or indeed, you know, be turned into chemicals. Basically, you need to process it. And that processing, that happens in places like this, in refineries. And there are refineries all over the world, of course. There are refineries all over the US as well. There's kind of more than 100 of them. And if we kind of look at where those refineries are, well, so there's some in California. So the history in America, actually, historically, a lot of the early Californian oil, that was the heavy, gloopy stuff. And if you look at kind of some of the refineries in America, so here are some of the refineries. There's one in LA there. These are the 10 biggest. You've got some up here around kind of towards Canada. We'll kind of come to that in a second. But a lot of them are down there, kind of Texas, Louisiana, on the coast. And here's the critical thing. These refineries are primarily set up for heavy oil, for taking that gloopy stuff and turning it into gasoline and all of the other different products. But here's where things get interesting. And remember that chart I showed you a moment ago?
Who doesn't love the heavy, gloopy stuff?
The one which showed kind of shale oil and how it kind of went through the roof. The oil that's generally produced with shale oil...
Because generally this is made... It's just like, you know, a mainstream media thing that's kind of like, why might Trump be doing this? And basically, as someone who doesn't know huge amounts about the differences between oil, I found it somewhat interesting.
Fracking oil.
Obviously, it's obvious that there is something larger than this, which is... you know, not Trump directly wanting to take it, but to appease a certain base of people who are very interested in taking it. And also the effect of, you know, taking oil away from people who Trump isn't so fond of, i.e. Cuba.
That comes out of the ground mostly in the light form. So it's the smoothie. It's sometimes actually even clear. It comes out of the ground clear rather than black. And that's the majority of American production right now. Shale oil tends to be light stuff. And actually, that's kind of going back 10 years. Look at where we are now. Look at those bars. In the last few years, the amount of light oil being produced in the US has gone up and up and up, and the amount of kind of heavy stuff has gone down. But back to those refineries. They need to be fed. If America's going to have gasoline, it needs to feed those refineries with heavy oil. So if you look at the kind of imports coming into America, in recent years, even though America is producing so much oil, more oil than it ever produced before, it still needs to suck in loads of oil from overseas. And the type of oil we're talking about, it used to be, it's mostly heavy crude. It used to be only 12%. So only 12% of imports were heavy, gloopy crude. Now, it's about 70%. So 70% of the oil coming into America, which it needs to basically keep its economy going, is heavy crude. And where does heavy crude come from? Well, here are some of the big countries where you find most of it. It's Canada and Venezuela.
Like, obviously, this is also an interesting point. Obviously, relations with Canada have been going down. And yeah, a lot of his phrasing is weird. Suck in, heavy, gloopy, smoothie. Sometimes it's clear. I don't know what's going on with this guy. Might be a pervert. I don't know. Not saying anything. He just speaks funnily. I drink your milkshake. Charlie. It is utterly ridiculous. Charlie, you have been here for 6 months and you have earned a red labubu. No one is at the gold labubu yet. But I haven't even set up another labubu. Chris on the weekend. Yeah, I was meant to be watching some film and getting pho today. But obviously this happened and I wasn't going to do that. You know, I needed to stream. I needed to stream.
There's one other I'll come to in a second, which we'll come back to. But it's Canada and it's Venezuela where you get most of this heavy crude oil, which is why, about to think about where those refineries are, they're mostly set up, kind of, you've got some in the north there to get the heavy oil coming out of Canada, and you've got some around the kind of Louisiana and elsewhere and Texas to get that heavy oil that comes in from Venezuela. That was kind of the way they were set up. And it's really expensive to rebuild these things. You can't just chuck out a refinery very easily overnight. Some came from Mexico and the Gulf of Mexico as well, and that was pretty heavy too. So that's the picture in America.
Gulf of America, sir?
And the upshot is, even though America is producing more and more oil, the imports, this is showing you imports of oil into America, are still really high. And if you break down those imports by the country that stuff is coming from, well, there's Venezuela. And it used to be a decent slug, actually more coming from Venezuela just about than from Canada, just at the turn of the millennium.
In my understanding, one of the worst things that... I was listening to The Dig from 2017, and they were talking about this. They said the way in which, like, Chavez made the country so reliant on oil, and also generally just that being the only thing that people focused on, ended up being a very bad thing because obviously the oil prices fluctuated. I guess it's kind of things like how people invest in the S&P 500 and are just always like, it's gonna go up, it has to go up. But there may just be a point where it pops. So I can share it later. Can you post the clip in stream so I can share it later? I haven't actually been recording because I've been waiting for a few things. I haven't really been doing that because obviously Ethan's basement is one guy and I only really want him to, because we currently do like a revenue split, so I want him to edit things that, you know, are gonna do well, so, you know, he gets paid like a good amount for it. You know, but I will put some of this up, no doubt.
But now look at what's happened since. Right now, Canada has gone from 15% of all of the US imports of oil to 61%. 61%. And Venezuela's basically...
Yeah, the only thing I will say is, did you see they allegedly struck the mausoleum of Hugo Chavez? I saw that on Twitter and it looked to be the case, but I have seen that not reported in other places.
Next to nothing. But here's what's tantalising, and here's the reason I think that a lot of people are looking towards Venezuela and thinking, well, there's more to this than just drugs.
Yeah, I feel really sorry for Maduro having to go to America to go to the heart of the burger rice. Will the mods ever get paid? The day that I earn enough to do that, of course you will. Like, I'm never not going to do that when I have the ability. Like, I'm so, like, just putting it frankly, like, I am not raking it in from YouTube, you know? Like, it's still getting started, and I hope that one day I have the capacity to do that, to, you know, have a platform with the ability to do that, but right now, it's not too plausible, unfortunately.
Look at total oil reserves around the world. The higher these bars are, the more oil there is in the ground, so that hasn't yet been taken out of the ground. So there you've got Saudi, Iran, Iraq, all of the usual suspects. But the biggest of all, and this is according to various different sources, the biggest of all is Venezuela. And what's that oil? It's the heavy, tarry stuff that you might well want to put into those American
It's kind of crazy. They got a lot of it.
Refineries. And there is really only one other place in the world that has a kind of serious amount of heavy oil other than Canada and Venezuela. And lo and behold, guess where that is? It's Russia. All of which is to say, you know, it matters what kind of oil America needs. It's worth just delving into these kind of nuances because that helps you understand a little bit more about the backstory of geo.
Which Patel should I be asking the asking for money? I need to know. Tell me which.
El pueblo venezolano ha sido por parte
I've really been wanting to find a translated. BBC had one of this speech, but yeah. Oh, fuck off. I hate the Associated Press because they'll strike my video and take it down. They'll take it down. They're a little ball ache in that. I'm looking for the Trump-Maduro conference. Is that going to be...
It's out of Venezuela.
We're going to be watching these extraordinary sets of events as you describe them.
Hold on, let me see if I can... I'm just trying to get this up, but I know AP will strike my video if I put them on. AP, this is the... I like streaming on YouTube, and I'm very happy with the community I've built. But sometimes YouTube really annoys me. Really, really, really annoys me. What would be streaming the Trump press conference? The official White House? Because I know AP will stream it.
To be the most watched newscast.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, fuck AP. Yeah, Twitch is better for that. AP isn't bad for a lot of stuff.
The dramatic that took place in the...
I'm Lakshmi Gopal. We're taking you through...
Here we go. Right, there is just a White House thing streaming it. You know what? I'll just interact with chat until it's on. It's also crazy that they're doing in Palm Beach, you know, in respect of Jeffrey Epstein. Crazy. Jeffy really did love Palm Beach, Florida. They indicted Jeffy in there, but, you know, he loved it there. But yeah, don't worry, I've found it. The White House have it. I think it is just mad because obviously today is one of those days where it's like, how is this happening? How is this happening? Hey, Ramlia, how you doing? Ramelia? I don't know. They'll probably start an hour late. Yeah, they may well. Chris Kunster on Kick. I am never, ever taking a Kick deal. Like, let's be frank here. YouTube is better than Twitch, and defo better than TikTok, where you have to use code words. I mean, TikTok is bad. Like, TikTok I got banned on so many times for, like, being like, I don't have conversations with Israeli soldiers. We have, by the way, we do actually have some Trump statements already. I don't know if any of you saw this. Trump was actually on Fox and Friends already, and he said some pretty crazy stuff, but...
It was slightly busy, I would say.
you know what? We'll watch this because we're kind of waiting for the press conference.
You've had quite a busy evening. Tell us about it.
It was slightly busy, I would say. It was very dark all over, especially in Venezuela. The team did an incredible job. They rehearsed and practiced like nobody's ever seen. And I was told by real military people that there's no other country on earth that can do such a maneuver. If you would have seen what happened, I mean, I watched it literally like I was watching a television show. And if you...
It's incredible that Trump says that, and it's also incredible that I don't think he's the only person that thinks and feels like that in the middle, in the White House, just kind of watching, you know, people being mass murdered and killed and tearing apart a country and changing the trajectory of that country for a huge amount of time is insane. Well, they haven't, Jack the Ripper, they haven't actually murdered him. Apparently, he's alive. I don't know whether that's true. But yeah. Does the USA have extraterritorial jurisdiction in its law? I'm not sure about other countries. Oh, this is totally illegal. Everything about what Trump is doing is totally illegal under international law. It's part of the reason why sometimes I find international law interesting, but a lot of the time I just don't really have any interest in.
Would have seen the speed, the violence, you know, they say that, the speed, the violence, they use that term. It's it was an amazing thing, an amazing job that these people did. There's nobody else could have done anything like it.
You're at Mar-a-Lago right now. How were you able to watch this?
Well, we watched it from a room. We had a room, and we watched it, and we watched every aspect of it. We were surrounded by lots of people, including generals, and they knew everything that was happening, and it was very complex, extremely complex, the whole maneuver, the landings, the number of aircraft, which were a massive number, the number of helicopters, a different type of helicopters, different type of fighter jets. We had a fighter jet for every possible situation. And they just broke in, and they broke into places that were not really able to be broke into, you know, with steel doors that were put there for just this reason, and they got taken out in a matter of seconds. I've never seen anything like it, actually.
And you were able to watch this in real time?
Yeah, and don't forget, I've done some pretty good ones in other parts of the world, okay? I've done some pretty good ones, but I've never seen anything like this. I was able to watch it in real time, and I watched every aspect of it, and I listened to the communication between, you know, where we were in Florida and out in the field in Venezuela.
How are we so natural about the US abducting a democratically elected president from a peaceful republic? No, the only thing I will say is, like, look, Maduro wasn't democratically elected, but I don't think that like, look, that doesn't matter. I don't think that anyone cares about this who's involved in this. They don't care. The thing I will say is, I don't feel like that this is normal. I don't feel that this is acceptable. I don't feel that this is good in any way. However, simultaneously, it just doesn't feel that out of place. I mean, I don't know enough about it, but, like, did you know that, the US did the same thing in Panama to Noriega, right? But when they did it to Noriega, the craziest part is they did this 30 years ago, exactly. 30 years ago to the day, this photo of Noriega being captured by the DEA was taken on the 3rd of January 1990, 36 years ago to the day. He was democratically elected. The Carter Center, which said that the Chavez elections were legitimate, which people regularly cite in that context, is, said, that Chavez was democratically elected. They do believe that there was vote rigging and that this wasn't like a free and fair election. And I would cite free and fair election in the context of, say, Egypt, in the context of, Hamas in Palestine even. I think that is a thing that matters in this context. However, what I will simultaneously say is that this has no relation to what's going on currently. Democracy doesn't matter. Whether you're a Democrat or not just does not matter. I don't think there's any point in pretending that he was or that has anything to do with what's going on currently, because it doesn't. It has nothing to do with it. None of these people give a solitary shit about that. This is just a day that really does expose what happened. What our order really is. Exactly. Azerbaijan rigs their elections. I mean, look, of all of the countries in the Middle East, Iran is objectively more democratic than many of our allies. It's objectively more democratic, even with a theocracy, than Saudi Arabia, even than the United Arab Emirates, even than Egypt. Pretty much Jordan, every country that we're allied with or have maintained close relationships with have pretty much worse democracies than Iran.
Venezuela. And it was amazing to see the professionalism, the quality of leadership, the professionalism. General Raisin Kane is fantastic. Don't forget, we did another one not so long ago. It was called the knocking out of the Iranian nuclear threat, the nuclear power. And that was unbelievable what they did there. And this is something that, I don't know, it's amazing. And to have a few injuries, but no death on our side is really amazing.
So one of the other things that Trump is saying is that one of the US helicopters got hit, but that's pretty much it. Yeah. I don't even know what you would technically classify Iran's democracy as, under the many different definitions of democracy.
The country.
But yeah, I mean, these people don't give a shit about democracy. I will say, though, you know, you're all kind of a bit down and gloomy. Trump is just definitely going to die. I hope that you all realize this. Like, it doesn't save the world, and it definitely doesn't change anything in the way that certain liberals kind of think it will. But Trump is dying at some point soon. Listen to this. I'm sure that some of you saw this. Trump spoke about his hand and his illnesses. Trump said he started taking large doses of aspirin each day, and that's causing him to bruise easily. Who is he getting his advice from? Rasputin. Didn't Rasputin tell the little kid, little Nikolai, to take aspirin? Alexei, sorry. He told Alexei to take aspirin. Who is Trump's Rasputin? But yeah, the president told the Journal he takes 325 milligrams of aspirin a day, more than his doctor recommends, for cardiac prevention. A low dose of aspirin is most commonly 81 milligrams. They say aspirin is good for thinning out the blood, and I don't want thick blood pouring through my heart. Trump said, I want nice thin blood pouring through my heart. Does that make sense? This article is insane. This article is 100% like just insane. You know a mad thing as well? I find it unbelievable that
about aspirin, which has got
the one thing that I found unbelievable about this as well is that RFK Jr. is married to Cheryl from Curb.
What the president said about aspirin, which has gotten a lot of attention, taking more aspirin than what his doctors are recommending, and his rationale for doing so, which is, he said, quote, they say aspirin is good for thinning out the blood, and I don't want thick blood pouring through my heart. I want nice, thin blood pouring through my heart. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Yes, so that makes no sense. That actually makes nonsense. So first of all, when we use any kind of anticoagulant, medications to prevent clotting, those don't thin the blood. It's not like changing something from gumbo to chicken soup. It doesn't make it thinner. It makes you less likely to clot. And it used to be that we would treat a lot of people with aspirin therapy to prevent heart attacks, but we've learned in recent years that particularly people over the age of 70, not only is there no benefit in terms of just primary prevention, trying to prevent a cardiac event by giving them aspirin, that there can be hazard, and the hazard can be bleeding, significant bleeding. So here's the interesting thing about this. The president apparently is taking 325 milligrams of aspirin per day, which is essentially one adult-size aspirin tablet. But the dosage that we use for patients, even with documented coronary artery disease, is a quarter of that, is 81 milligrams per day. So why is the president taking, an unorthodox dose of aspirin? And the media has published, many photos of his right hand and now maybe his left hand with this chronic bruise. The White House has said that this is related to, chronic aspirin therapy. So if you're bruising a lot and your doctor says you're on too much aspirin, why wouldn't you go down to the lower dose? It makes no sense to me.
So funny. I love this trajectory of Trump. By the way, I was trying to find this. You probably heard the noise going off for like a mistaken search. Have you seen what Trump ate from McDonald's? So apparently the RNC chair, Joe Grutter, said he was shocked to witness Trump eat French fries, a quarter pounder, a Big Mac, and a fillet of fish in one sitting. He's openly stated he likes these things. But this is insane. Like, what a horrible meal to be eating. Just throwing in a fillet of fish in there as well. Oh, grotesque. Why are you getting that from McDonald's? I mean, I haven't had McDonald's in ages, but never ever was I eating a fillet of fish from there. Fish for the health, yeah. Fart's good. I mean, also, I don't think it's farting. Imagine how bad the acid as like an old man from eating shit like this regularly is. This must be horrendous for your like gut, for your health and all of these things. Oh. He doesn't exercise as well. He believes that you have like a finite energy of amount of energy in your body. You guys call it a fillet, but we call it a fillet. A fillet of fish. Filet o fish. The thought of just eating this regularly by the time I'm 80. Crazy though, I will say one thing that must help him is imagine having a doctor's like that he has, like on the clock 24/7. Microplastics trumping on the macroplastics. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong about that. I ate 12 out of 10 McNuggets and one whole large French fries. BDS, though, and 1/8 of a medium fries last night. I feel awful this morning, but I did like cooking it better than McDonald's itself. I'm glad to hear you made it yourself, but, oh... burgers! This is the head of the burger rice. This is the head of the burger rice enjoying all of this stuff. And that's time to spam a couple of the... This is what you get from being a member. You get these emotes. Also, I now think, by the way, I have enough members. When I do a gaming stream, I can probably make it gaming only. Sorry, I'm just still... sorry, members only, not gaming only. I'm just checking. I've not paused it. This is live. God, I bet you... If it has active chat, I bet the shit on here is going to go crazy. Burgers! Burgers! Trump's speech when? Well, it was meant to be 11 a.m. Florida time, I think. What time is it in Florida? It's probably after 11 a.m. Some of you must be there. Who up at Disney World eating the Trump combo? Trump is 10 minutes late to the stream. Maybe he's got to take his obscene amounts of aspirin. Trump should switch to Rustler's Burger. Let's listen to Trump talking about this.
That negotiate with Venezuela for those that illegal oil are already starting to suffer. What do you see as the future of Venezuela's oil industry?
Well, I see that we're going to be very strongly involved in it. That's all. I mean, what can I say? We have the greatest oil companies in the world, the biggest.
By the way, that's kind of an oxymoron in the point I was just about to make that Trump is going to say. When he says we are going to be involved in it, it's not we as in the US government. It's just very rich private individuals and companies who are going to make huge swathes of money from this.
The greatest, and we're going to be very much involved in it. We can't do something like this, and we're prepared. You know, we were prepared to do a second wave. We were all set. And this was so lethal, this was so powerful that we didn't have to, but we're prepared. We're out there with an armada like nobody's ever seen before, and we're prepared, and frankly, probably thought we were going to have to do it, but we were prepared for a second wave going in.
The other problem, though, by the way, is Venezuela has a huge amount of guns. I heard someone talking about... They don't really know what's going to happen. I don't know if they're planning on putting Machado into power. Machado. I don't know whether they're actually going to put her in power or not. But, like, what happens next is really hard to know. And I think they know this. They've got rid of him, sure. How will the regime survive? What will become of it is kind of unknown. Yeah, the polymarket stuff is insane. I've meant to make a video about that. But by the way, there was actually precedent for Trump enjoying the filet o fish or the fillet of fish.
Beautiful, hard work and happy families sitting down to a really great meal. Because no matter who you are, everyone loves something at McDonald's. There's always something to have. I like the fish. I like it.
This is why JD Vance is never going to replace this man. What kind of aura does JD Vance have to go fish and that be like something you just said with no reaction? JD Vance will just be like, my wife is Indian and people aren't going to like that. 2 syllables. Machado. First 2 syllables pronounced like Machado. Machado.
You could do a little bit more tartar sauce, please. Seriously. I hate when I said, "Do you have any toilets?" Do you understand that? Yes, he understands that. Doing honest, beautiful.
God, it's kind of boring waiting for these idiots to go live. wait. There's actually more of this story of what Trump does when he eats them. Gruter's recalled that Trump had hot fries waiting for him from McDonald's. Then he had a filet-o fish, a quarter pounder, and a Big Mac. Even more startling, the RNC chair said, I think he combined 2 of them. It is just insane. I mean, the leader of your Burger Reich is eating the biggest amount of shit imaginable. I can't think... I don't know if you could cook up, like, a worse combination of food of just sort of shoving together multiple burgers from McDonald's. Ugh. Like, stacked on top of one another. I don't even know. This guy is such a clumsy idiot that maybe he was just mashing them together. Who genuinely knows? Who genuinely knows? This guy is an idiot. They still haven't started. I can't... Yeah, one thing I will say that I'm super hyped for is hearing British media's take on this. It's gonna be amazing. Just amazing, I assume.
Venezolanos.
I'm just looking at Machado and seeing what she's saying.
That was more like a fortress.
By the way, there is also a description of how they caught him.
Good, but he was in a that he didn't get into that. We were prepared. We had, massive blowtorches and everything else that you need to get through that steel, but we didn't need it. He didn't make it to that area of the house. Good, but he was in a...
God knows how he will be preserved. They're gonna do like a Mao or a Lenin on him. His body is gonna be embalmed at the first ever McDonald's in the United States, and you're gonna be able to go and visit it to worship it. So you caught him in a house. They went to his house and just basically captured him and took him to the US for the really important reason of making him face up for his crimes, He's gonna face up for his crimes. Bum rushed is like a gamer term. Is it? Imagine he was like, we Leroy Jenkins, Tim. We Leroy Jenkins the guy. The first ever pro gamer president. I mean, they do actually post about that, how they're doing that. Oh, I really want to move on and talk about other things, but yeah, I'm going to wait. What games do you think Trump would play? Schedule 1? I think he'd love Schedule 1. It's a great game. Really enjoyed that game when I played it. Wish I'd played that more on stream. Would have been a great thing to do on stream. But yeah, remains to be seen.
Countries that
Candy Crush. Yeah, I mean, the most he is a Candy Crush coded guy. Did any of you see that tweet that was like, oh, the NYPD officers have thrown out their uniforms as a result of Mamdani coming to power and stuff. And someone was like, this is a terrible day for New York City's Candy Crush leaderboards, and anyone who takes pride in it should be ashamed. Him and Luigi are going to share a cell. Yeah, and the problem is that it'll be Luigi's going to learn his he's going to learn how to become the president of Venezuela, and Luigi is going to head that way. Definitely. You called the emote Chris Lady. Clearly it should be called Gamer Girl SMH. The only problem is you're only allowed a certain amount of letters. Maybe I should have called it that. I mean, the Chair React one it's good. You have to have a certain amount of members to add more. I will keep adding more up to the 20 we're allowed. I'm not sure how many there are, but I can put them all in. Yeah, I saw him at Schneerson's grave. Is that his name?
Well, but look,
oh, for fuck's sake. I don't like this Volume Master extension.
tremendous numbers of people were being killed through drugs. And what they did to our country in sending prisoners and people from mental institutions and drug lords and everything, they sent them by the hundreds of thousands of people into our country. And that is just unforgivable. That's why, he wanted to negotiate at the end, and I didn't want to negotiate. I said, nope, we got to do it. He was trying to negotiate at the end. You probably saw that. And trying hard to make a deal. And I said, and, this could have been a very foolish thing if it didn't work out. But I said, nope, we can't do it. What he did with drugs is bad. What he did with a lot of other things is bad. But what he did was sending hundreds of thousands of Tren de Aragua and drug dealers. And they emptied out their jails into our country. They emptied out, if you think about it, they emptied out all of their mental institutions into our country. What he did there, and every other thing, is unforgivable.
Amazing. Nigel Farage is openly and intensely pro-Israel, which I think should be a weakness if any opposition is willing to go for it. Yeah, but I mean, in the UK, we have a major difference. I'll talk about Farage in a bit. I'm kind of just waiting for this to happen. But we don't really have the same thing in America, which is a right-wing split over Israel. There are some old-style school Tories who are kind of like, God, it is repugnant to support this kind of thing. But it isn't so many. It isn't so many. So it's not as big a deal here as it is in the US. And yeah, of course, he pardoned a Honduran drug lord. He doesn't care about drugs. It's just trying to unite the base around this. It's ultimately, let's be real here. This is popular amongst a lot of American establishment figures in both the media and politics. Democrats can balk and claim that they care about international law all they want, but the hard truth is they set this up. They lobbied and incited against Venezuela. I've seen some. I really want to get into other stuff, but I'm kind of just sat here. I'm kind of just sat here waiting for this. The Queen hated Israelis. Yeah, the other funny thing, which I'll mention again later, is anyone who clings to the notion of the British Empire and British glory would probably recognise that the big decline of the British Empire came largely as a result of the First World War and a hyper-growing reliance on America. And if you want us to go back to our yeah, good point. Sorry, I'll change that. I'll make it kidnap Maduro. Thank you for that. That's a great point. Sorry, to reduce our hyper-reliance on America is objectively like something that would bring the British Empire back that all of these freaks want, And especially the context of Israel. Israel blew up British soldiers. It was something that pushed the British Empire to the brink and really, really, brought us into trouble. And it wasn't a great idea. And the fact that now, like Nigel Farage is like, anyone love Israel? ? I don't think he'll manage it, by the way. I think the split amongst the right is too problematic for him.
Very friendly with her.
I mean, also, by the way, Trump has already been inciting against Scheinbaum in Mexico.
Meant to be, and we're very friendly with her. She's a good woman, but the cartels are running Mexico. She's not running Mexico. The cartels are running Mexico. And we could be politically correct and be nice and say, oh, yes, she is. No, she's very, she's very frightened of the cartels. They're running Mexico. And I've asked her numerous times, would you like us to take out the cartels? No, Mr. President. No, please. So we have to do something because we lost. The real number is 300,000 people, in my opinion. They like to say 100,000. 100,000 is a lot of people, but the real number is 300,000 people, and we lost it to drugs. And
Look, I'm no expert in the opium crisis and all of these things in America, but my understanding is that it had a lot to do with healthcare providers, right? It had a lot to do with people who were given painkillers as a result of work injuries and whatever reason that they got them. They then became hooked on them and looked for stronger stuff. And also, like, mass drug use is just an indication of a society that is struggling and failing for a multitude of different reasons. And kind of blaming it on foreigners and people bringing drugs to your country is farcical.
Come in through the southern border, mostly the southern border. Plenty come in through Canada, too, by the way, in case you don't know. But they come in through the southern border, and something's going to have to be done with Mexico. Well, it wasn't.
And so, like, just sitting here and you all saying that you agree with me on this stuff, but just like people, people being addicted to drugs in places where industry is dying, where, there's nothing else going for people. It's more indicative of your empire dying than it is anything else to do with, like, foreigners bringing drugs in. They were discussing here, by the way, how in this article by the New York Crimes, they were discussing in here, they were basically discussing in here how the US had initially had plans to bomb fentanyl facilities producing labs, which are in the US, and now he's gone, Maduro's gone. Is that the next step? But they have had, like, a relationship with Scheinbaum that has been helpful to control the border, to probably bring Trump some semblance of popularity in a difficult time. But there's a good article here. So apparently Stephen Miller told White House officials in the spring to explore ways to attack drug cartels around their home countries in Latin America. Mr. Miller, utterly ridiculous. Mr. Miller wanted attacks that could draw widespread attention to create a deterrent. Can we accept the U.S. military is compromised now? In what way do you mean the U.S. military is compromised? Thanks for the $10. When wasn't it? Is the only thing I'd say. Like, the U.S. military likes doing fucked up things, and it's kind of interesting because a lot of the stuff related to this is, the manufacturing consent has kind of been shitty, but do they need to do it? We'll talk about that in a bit as well. But yeah, I think the US military has always been I'm new here. Is girl with a microphone someone I should look? I was just looking at your chat history. I was just thinking I just saw your girl with a microphone thing question. She's a very funny individual. Not a good person. But yeah, I mean, I think the US military was always this way. Unfortunately, pretty much every military in the world is always going to be this way as long as it serves capital. God, Trump is actually so late. This is terrible for to catch a surprise strategy stream when I'm not working. Kidnap the Mexican president to stop the immigration and the cartels. Yeah, they'll kidnap. Maybe the US is just going to run, like, they're going to defeat Latin America by holding every single Latin American in prison forever. But surely more people will realize that now, is what I'm saying. I mean, I suppose there is a point there, but you know what? The only thing I will say in response to you about people realizing I guess it is so brazen, but the thing is the US has always been brazen. The only thing is did they even bother with the manufacturing consent thing like this time? And people are just kind of like, this just objectively is not true. None of this is true. But I just don't have that high hopes. I don't have that high hopes. Chris Kunzer would never. I wouldn't be this late to a stream. I would try not to be this late to a stream. And I'm also not the president, mediocre, so, when he spoke with Zoran Poza and also when he met with Zelensky. The US are proving it's the greatest terrorist organization in the world. Always has been. Always has been. Why is he always late? Maybe they're putting makeup on his hands, or maybe he died. Imagine it's just that, then he's just dead, and they're like Weekend at Bernie's-ing his corpse. They're just like dancing him around and being like, making him like dance like Maduro did or something. Let Unc Trump stream. He works hard at nothing. Yeah, it's so funny as well. People are like, oh, he works for so long. He's one of the hardest workers in the world. Biggest load of lies. Biggest load of lies. Also, once again, some discourse we'll talk about is everyone should have nukes, which is a terrible thought because no one should really have nukes, but you need protection. You need protection. You need deterrence, I guess is the thing. Yeah, the AI Trump isn't working right now. So sorry, we'll carry on with this. The focus on Venezuela intensified after late May when Mr. Trump was upset about tough negotiations involving Chevron. Venezuela's oil has been more central to Trump's deliberations than previously reported. I once mentioned this on TikTok Live, or maybe YouTube, one of my first live streams, and they were like, oh, you lost a friend over this. I didn't necessarily lose a friend, but I haven't seen said friend in so long. They were genuinely telling me that they thought that, like, it was a childhood friend. They were telling me that they thought that Trump was like a peace dove, and that if Kamala had got into power, there would have been World War III. And it's like, that is just wrong. Like, I have no sympathy for Kamala Harris. I think Trump winning is bad. I think it's like he's objectively a worse guy with more fascistic desires and stuff. But I also am so much of the opinion that the opposite or the opposition does so little to change the scenario in which this fascism is incoming that I just really can't see a reason to hold it up as something meaningful. That like. However, simultaneously, saying that Trump is a peace dove is genuinely insane. It is genuinely insane. We getting a new 2026 streaming schedule, or is this a breaking news kind of schedule? I mean, the main thing about streaming at the moment is obviously the podcast. I really like the podcast and doing that. And so that it kind of curtails streaming a little bit because obviously it requires preparation for the podcast. But I think I can do it and it kind of depends the news. I do want to offer you like a variety stream on one extra day. It just kind of depends on what's going on. Like a breaking news stream like today is really useful because I don't actually have to prep that much for it in the sense of, I've already been reading about Venezuela for a while and I'm like glued to the news today and, it's easy. But when it comes to like a general stream where there's not much news happening and it just requires a huge amount of prep, that's harder. But we'll see. And also, I'll get better at this, I will get better at streaming, I swear. One day. One day I'll start multi-streaming when I get proper internet. When I have once we reach the 1 million constituents that enable us to, do multi-streaming. Wow. I look forward to these. Yeah. I'm enjoying streaming today. Still waiting on this thing. Multi-stream, let's go. Yeah, I might have to start multi-streaming to YouTube and to Twitch as well. Maybe the multi-stream will move to the US. Oh, wow. By the way, they have released the first photo of Maduro in custody, which is this. Why has he got night joggers on? Is this what he was sleeping in? Like a full Nike Tech fleece? That's via Piers Morgan as well. Piers Morgan, the anti-Iraq guy who loves priding himself on that, was posting some of the stupidest stuff in the world earlier. Incredible operation. Maduro was protected by massive security. How Delta Force got him out will be the stuff of movies. I hate him. I hate that people gave him credibility as well and act as if he's a pro, a pro change figure. He's in his jogging clothes. Yeah, I mean, he's in a Nike tracksuit. Is that even Nike Tech? I don't know. It's certainly not positive. It is crazy, though, how much the world is changing over the last 2 years, you know. And the last couple of weeks. Is it a dying empire kicking out to the rest of the world? Or is it the most powerful empire the world has ever seen consolidating its power? I do feel like there are questions about this. And is the US dying? Is it not dying? What will happen? I am not so confident in the notions of surveillance states being able to control human beings forever. And I do think, by the way, these pro-Israel algorithms that they're cooking up, where all you'll be able to receive is just Barry Weiss news, is not a positive thing. Also, how is this so late? We're heading towards 40 minutes late. It's McEmpire. Yeah, McEmpire and the McJihad. The McJihad of the McEmpire. This is also one of the craziest days in human history. Wolverhampton Wanderers Football Club are currently winning a football match against West Ham.
Our viewers, and you can hopefully see it as well. This has also just been posted on Truth Social on Donald Trump's timeline. And this is an image that he has simply captured Nicolas Maduro on board the USS Iwo Jima. And you can see there the Venezuelan president with glasses on, with head protections on, what looks to be some kind of safety jacket around him. It's not clear whether his hands are fastened together. I think I can see sort of cufflinks or something holding his hands together, a bottle of water in his hands. Quite incredible that one president is posting this image of another country's president.
So it seems we're all waiting for this thing. Just sat here waiting for this, which Trump is keeping us waiting on bated breath. Time to start learning Chinese. Well, I mean, there was U.S. General says war with China. An Air Force general said that there would be war with China in 2025. Tells officers to prep by firing a clip at a target and aim for the head. I hope I am wrong. My gut tells me we will fight in 2025, said General Mike Minahan in a memo sent to the officers he commands, obtained by NBC News. This was in 2023, and the guy was wrong. There's no two ways about it. However, when I heard Twos talking about this, he was like, oh, this isn't just some random statement by some guy. This is a genuine thought about what might happen. Aggression against China, that is for sure. I mean, yeah, I think it is for aggression against China. I think it is Trump showing that he will do things. I wonder if they go for... I mean, Rubio clearly wants China. Rubio clearly wants Cuba. That's Rubio's big goal. And especially this, that's a big movement towards that. You know, taking out Maduro, cutting off energy supplies to Cuba. There's a huge movement towards that. There's no two ways about it. But there are also a lot of Iran hawks who want Iran. And there's definitely huge bipartisan support to get rid of Iran. Biden didn't show much of a change on Iran, so will that be next? It looks like the UAE has made a bit of a fuck up in terms of breaking with Saudi Arabia, but The US has been gearing up for war with China for 25 years. For longer, really. Hey, Platypus Bear, thanks for becoming a member.
Utterly ridiculous.
Thanks for becoming a petty Chris Tater. A tin pot Chris Tater. A wannabe Chris Tater. Thanks for joining the constituency. My Senator Slot King has been posting about China anti-China sentiment for a long time. It remains to be seen what's going to happen. Was about attacking China. It's so dumb because they used to export most of their oil for Venezuela until the US changed their tune about Venezuela randomly. The East will be red. China is the US is going to get fucked. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. And I don't want to see billions of Chinese people's lives torn apart by some ridiculous war fought in the name of capitalism. I don't. And I fear that is what's going to happen. And the same with, as much as I may disdain America, disdain most of the European system and everything, I don't want to see people's lives just being torn apart. But unfortunately, it feels like that's the way that it's going to go. Gaddafi, and those interventions completely ruined their respective countries. Yeah, of course, intervening and ruining countries. Intervention doesn't do, amazing things. China, Iran, Russia, South Africa, joint military drills next week. It just feels like, how do you... I mean, the Houthis stood up pretty well to the US, but... who else can do that? I mean, obviously China has far more capacity and Iran has far more capacity and size, but yeah. Third world Maoism now. Yes.
Appreciate you being here.
Oh, wow. They fucked it up.
At my direction, the United States Armed Forces.
Hold on, I'm going to up the volume.
Conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites.
God, he can barely talk right now. And thank you. You're right, I should pin this. I'm just going to turn it up again.
Just recently, in an operation known as Midnight Hammer, all perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have.
He sounds terrible. He sounds awful. Genuinely, this guy is not sounding good. He's barely able to string a sentence together, and also simultaneously, it was dark.
It was dark, and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice.
Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. It's Jay Clayton for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight.
He can't. This is the. Are they always like this? He's reading so heavily off a script for something that is pretty simple.
With breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in a ready, what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated.
What are the odds he just straight up just like dies on stage right now? I don't think it's a 0%.
If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that.
This is objectively true, of course, that their equipment is, just far superior to the vast majority of the world. Name one man with thinner blood. Yeah, he's very clearly healthy. And someone said that Sam Cedar is saying that this is purely ideological. Don't think that that is necessarily entirely wrong at all. I think a lot of this has to do with the creep stood behind him, this sort of ghoulish-looking man that is Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio wants Cuba. He is, a child of Cuban immigrants. He is a right-wing freak. It isn't implausible that is what he wants.
Even if you just look at the boats, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and
Yeah, I mean, this is insane. I guess I probably should have commented on it. I see you are all saying this now. They're going to run the country. What's going on then? I mean, maybe we'll find out more, but it doesn't really seem like this is something that is congruent with what they've done.
can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela.
Oh, I didn't actually think about that. That's a really good idea. They've never tried that before. This time is going to be the first ever time that they've tried to run a country and do nation building there. Definitely going to work. I think people really like being run and controlled.
Has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do.
He's speaking really, really terribly. I'm sorry to focus on that with all of the heinous stuff that he's saying, but he can barely read the statement coming off what's there. And I assume what he means by it went well was that they kidnapped Maduro very, very quickly. However, I don't know what he's talking about, because have they ceded power? That doesn't seem to be what was coming out of the statements of like the defense minister and any of these other people.
This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas.
Once again, I saw some of you state that it doesn't exist, and yes, it doesn't exist at all. And also, by the way, in the context of Syria, like, Syria was becoming a narco state. They didn't even really say that in, like, their lobbying against it. They have completely decided this and are just doing it against Venezuela when it has no truth or like, no reality to it.
Which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans, hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship they'll be heading to, ultimately, New York. And then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it.
Also, amazing to sit there and claim that when you refer to Abdel Fattah el-Sisi as your favorite dictator.
In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over in particular the United States, Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide, and he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers.
Good to see Pete.
Of people if they call police. They were brutal, but they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete, and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have 2 on average.
He did just say 6-7.
It's 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're going, they're walking their daughters. They're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And
you would think that there would have been some more substance about what they were doing, why they were doing it. The only really shocking thing we've got so far is, oh, we're going to actually take control over Venezuela and we'll launch a second set of strikes. Maybe, possibly.
The governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana. And we have done that. And it was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks.
That is really one of the most apt donation sounds I've had. I've been too sick to pay attention to the world for the last 2+ weeks, and now I feel like I woke up in hell. Not that we weren't already there, just that it got much worse. As the fake Lenin quote goes, there are weeks where there are decades where nothing happens and weeks where decades happens. The last few weeks have been crazy. I'm not sure everyone has like fully tapped into it because a lot of it is like stuff that, you know, there aren't as many prominent people talking about in the case of like Yemen, Somaliland, Sudan and all of these things that Sudan, I guess, is like a thing that's been building for a while. But now it's insane.
New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing. And we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster, and the mayor was a disaster. But it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there when they need us. We'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job.
I think that that's actually categorically untrue. I'm pretty sure even the LAPD were like, we don't need Trump to come in. And also, I forgot to say, I am glad you're feeling better. And thank you for reminding me to say that, Lemon Mint Cat. Yeah, I'm glad you're feeling better and glad you're feeling good enough to watch. And thanks for the $10.
No credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from...
Rubio is bored. Rubio is just looking around. I guess for someone like him, he wishes that there was a slightly more competent figure in front of him doing this.
Being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives...
By the way, I was just typing because I wanted to know what they actually called it. This is just straight up Black Horror on the Rhine, if you've ever heard of it. It was like this Weimar Germany-style panic that Hitler eventually mixed in that Jewish people were responsible for it, and of course people said it at the time. But basically what it revolved around was that the French government had sent black Senegalese soldiers to occupy the Rhine who were engaged in sexual abuse of good German women. Him saying that Maduro sent Tren de Aragua to sexually abuse American women is fundamentally insane. It is lies, but it is, once again, when we had, like, Hutch going, you guys would never say that, like, anyone else are like the Nazis. This is just Nazi, like, far-right rhetoric from the president. Like, I have no problem saying that because it's true.
We're so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst. They say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari. What happened to her?
I would also err on the side of caution, and anyone around Trump who is not telling him to do this is someone who is a complete and utter idiot, because why is he calling 12-year-olds beautiful? I know, obviously, the context. By the way, this is also, like, a very Nazi far-right rhetoric when you're constantly talking about, like, the beautiful American women who are being targeted by the brutal, evil gangs sent by the evil Latin American monsters.
They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after.
Oh my God. There was a bridge. The bridge will never be the same. Welcome to the Burger Reich. Here is your glorious leader.
Seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons, a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were
What is he talking about? What is he talking about here? The mental asylum, the distinction. Thank you, Trump, for the distinction between the mental asylum and the institutions that are tougher than one another. Where were these people sent from? Fucking Arkham Asylum?
Drug dealers.
They sent this evil man. He had green hair. He caused so much trouble. The Mexican Joker. The Venezuelan Joker.
They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States.
They sent a man who is also a bat. He's very bad. And a man who's half crocodile.
But no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and stole American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela.
I didn't actually... What? I never knew that. I never knew that no American president had ever done anything in Latin America or Central America or South America. I never knew that there had never been a president who did that before. This is incredible. Thanks.
Oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, so we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed...
Yeah, you are actually correct about the size of Rubio's ears. They are truly unbelievable. But I guess I had actually thought that at one point there was a coup against Chavez in Venezuela. I didn't know that that never happened.
Dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore.
By the way, their offensive weapons can't have been that dangerous that were threatening America, apparently, if they somehow didn't even manage to take out a single American soldier there. How menacing were they? They tried one on Chavez, if I remember correctly. No. Trump's actually just told us that no one has ever done anything about it. So you are wrong and a very stupid person, clearly. Carla, thank you for becoming a member.
All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal. But we've superseded it by a lot. By a real lot. They now call it the Donroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have...
It is utterly ridiculous. Someone just asked what role Mamdani would have played. I haven't seen a peep out of Mamdani yet, and his argument may be, well, I'm the mayor of New York. I'm not the leader of the United States. However, simultaneously, you would hope that he was out protesting, that he was out on the streets, like, talking about this, like, providing some kind of challenge that, most human beings in America simply do not possess the capacity to do.
Elected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than...
I thought that Schrodinger's Venezuela, Charlie Kelly, thanks for the $2. Yes, it's both weak and strong. They're simultaneously the most threatened that they've ever been, but they're also the strongest they've ever been. And, all of the people who are talking about affordability are actually simultaneously liars, because now America is really rich, but apparently affordability is a scam.
Never before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels. And we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America. But I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just
It is
fair,
utterly ridiculous.
even to their people.
Once again, I hate this rhetoric. I despise it because it is. And by the way, this isn't just a thing that Trump does in outrageous moments like this. This is the same rhetoric that simultaneously justifies our support for Israel and why we could never dare to support Hamas or anything as Western countries and governments, because Hamas, evil dictators who don't have elections. Israel, they have democracy and are fair to their people, while simultaneously we have relationships with the worst countries imaginable in terms of treatment of their populations. It is all about dancing a correct tune. And once again, what are the American demands that have to be met? What is peace and fairness and justness towards your people in the world in which we live? Trump committing to the America First rhetoric by putting the USA in other countries, not the first to do it, but it's so obvious and tired. Yeah, of course, how is this America First? How does anyone... Well, I think truthfully... I think people think that people are governed by sensibility and their own interests far too much. This is objectively not good for any American's interest and the betterment of the lives of general Americans. But they aren't going to care, realistically. But thanks for the $5, Scythe.
The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning. It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's fantastic. Man, I've worked...
Sorry, General Raisin Kane. There's genuinely a general called Raisin Kane.
With a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some...
he's the guy on the far right, this guy.
They just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Sit your sober asses down. An alcoholic is speaking.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the president said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid.
By the way, there is certainly nothing brave at all about flying into another country and kidnapping someone at night. You have done nothing brave. You stand in a legacy of American presidents and politicians who have spent their time meddling in the politics of other countries. True bravery is enacting real change, but none of them will ever do that. And crazy to see Adam McIntyre in here. Hello, Adam. And also, yeah, General fucking Raisin Keynes. Why? It's Raisin, spelt with a Z. He's apparently a venture capitalist.
Flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts.
It is
and
utterly
grit,
ridiculous.
Gallantry and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men, and I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve. The most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance.
I just want to say, like, as stupid and as, like, alcohol manic this man is, he is much more competent of a speaker than Donald Trump is, which is kind of indicative of the point he's at. And Ryan Ruthless, thanks for becoming a member.
Just like Iran had their chance. Until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026. And under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our Chairman Raisin Kane, to give...
I can't believe his name is Raisin Kane. I know it's not his full name. It's like Dan something Raisin Kane. But by the way, as well, how is it America first to invade a country based on all of this stupid, like, illogical nonsense?
More details about the operation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as...
I think that the rest of the world should carry out an apprehension mission against the genuine pedophile that is stood to your right, who is a mass murderer, aider and abetter of genocide, facilitator of violation of international law, and he should be abducted and kidnapped. I don't know. I think that would probably be a better thing for the world than Maduro being kidnapped. That's just me, though.
This Operation Absolute Resolve was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only...
I guess one of you pointed out that Pete Hegseth is a TV host. Like, yeah, that would make him a more competent speaker. This guy just... It is really indicative of Trump's mental and physical decline. The guy is not healthy.
The United States could do. It required the utmost of precision.
Yeah, Graham Plattner. Graham Plattner is sat at his... What does he even do? Like oyster farming or some shit? He's sat at home just whining and crying that he didn't get to capture and kill anyone. He has released a statement, which we are going to watch after this.
And integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose, to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets, in early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel so, as the president said, they could be brought to justice. And as the president said earlier today, whether in
It really is just so ironic that you kind of sit here and watch them talk about justice. And, you know, it's the joke that obviously, and it is true, Trump is someone who should be facing a huge amount of justice. All of these people here should face justice for what they've done. Hegseth has perpetrated war crimes. This guy has no doubt perpetrated untold war crimes.
Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings. But when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew...
And the point was, what? To bring peace, to stop drug trafficking? What is the point of this? What is the point of any of this?
Member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different...
Yeah, he's just showing off about the new violation of international law with their fancy planes that they did.
...effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component is, was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target. And
this is what America First looks like, spending probably in excess of $1 billion on a huge amount of air power, ground forces, naval power, in the name of stopping drug trafficking from a country that objectively does not play a major role in drug trafficking.
Get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area,
You think this is what they're going to do to Mamdani? They're just going to bomb the shit out of New York to capture Mamdani for his crimes of implementing Sharia law.
Helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit, but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism.
Okay, so that's the first major difference between the two. Trump claimed that Maduro tried to run away but got bum rushed, and now he's saying that no, they gave up.
And precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them.
It's also so crazy to have this much pride in something where you don't know what the outcome is. Like, Trump was saying a second ago, oh, we need to ensure that US aims and desires are met within what we want, and then we get to choose what happens. I don't know what this guy's even saying. But, like, having this much pride when you have no guarantee that everything will go exactly the way that you want is kind of insane. Yeah, I think we should have Eric Adams letting us know what he thinks, or maybe Laura Loomer.
As we stand here this morning,
I need to know Barry Weiss's opinions on this. That's what I'll say. And I've seen like a few of you mentioning, there was I think it's in, I don't know which episode, but it's definitely in Blowback in the Afghanistan series. They are talking about how fortunes were made at Langley, the CIA base, entirely based on heroin trafficking from Afghanistan.
Our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region.
Defend themselves? Defend themselves from what?
This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And
make sure.
Yeah, exactly. But
don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided.
But once again, like, you know, I have reiterated this, and I don't think it needs saying again, but I am going to say it. These people don't care about who the legitimate leader of a country is. Imran Khan is arguably the legitimate leader of Pakistan, and these people don't give a shit.
Multiple very, very, very generous offers, and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, you know, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take American
oil companies in their country. Confiscating them is objectively not a bad thing. Would not did he actually predict yet? Did Hassan predict yesterday that the US wouldn't invade Venezuela? I mean, it's not just Hassan who said that. Bad Empanada said not long ago that he was like, oh, the seizure of oil tankers looks like a de-escalation in terms of what the US is doing, which isn't necessarily stupid analysis or anything, but yeah, Biden wasn't the illegitimate president of the United States, according to Trump. Yeah.
prisoner and try to hold him for hostage and trade him like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when he tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does.
Bro, you need to focus on looks, Maxine. You look terrible right now, my G. You got to stop with this glazing. It ain't getting you anywhere.
Letters and press conferences
but also just this notion that only Trump does things. I think a lot of other American presidents have done exactly this kind of thing. Like, it really, and that's the thing, you know, once again, we spoke earlier about like how people feel about this. Is it really that unprecedented? Like, the US government loves doing this kind of stuff.
You know, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy...
I love the president of peace. So based. So based to just be claiming this as he starts, like he engages in an aggressive action that is totally illegal under international law.
Had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy, but instead he wanted to play big boy. And so now, you know, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody. But don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that, I guess that lesson was learned last night. And
some of you have been mentioning, like, oh, it's sort of prep for Iran. Is it prep? Or is it just kind of laying the groundwork? I mean, Trump is far too incompetent to actually talk like this, so they've got Rubio to do it. Rubio doesn't even need a script because he's not, deranged. But there is a part that this is about shock and awe. I mean, this is something, by the way, that was mentioned. Once again, I'll pull up this article. They mentioned how a lot of them was like focus on dealing with drug traffickers by shock and awe tactics, in the same way that they're trying to get rid of, like they're trying to force people into self-deportation by creating a terrifying, masked violent institution such as ICE. So people are terrified even if they're here legally, or there legally. I don't live in this shithole. I live in another shithole, to clarify.
But it'll be instructive moving forward.
Is that a message for Cuba, Mr. President?
Would love to hear him answer that. Is that a message to Cuba?
Please. Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but that's going to be...
So the U.S. government is gonna... Sorry, the U.S. government is gonna give... is gonna pay the oil companies for building... reimburse the oil companies for rebuilding the oil infrastructure there. This is what it's about, by the way. It's not like necessarily the US taking the oil. It's a load of companies who are probably remunerating Trump and giving him a huge amount of money for it as well, and kickbacks.
Paid, and we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. They stole our oil. We built that whole industry there. And
China also played a major role in building oil within Venezuela, in my understanding. You guys are going hard on poor little Plattner. But what does run properly mean? I mean, once again, the US has a great tradition of running countries very well. I seem to remember that Iraq, an invasion which Alan Greenspan, the chair of the Federal Reserve, declared was largely about oil, although I think there are a lot of other American companies who lobbied for that, like Halliburton as well, who had other incentives to do it. But, what does this mean? It seems that you just invaded a country and got rid of Maduro to make negotiations easier.
They just took it over like we were nothing, and we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes, it's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
Would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it.
Marco Rubio is fulfilling the dream. He's going to be the king of Venezuela.
Going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track.
Sorry, is it going to be a US-run military dictatorship with with just a straight-up US military puppet?
Make a lot of money for the people and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Oh my God! It is just straight. This is just straight money going to Trump's coffers.
Rubio would be. You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
So what? They're not working with Machado. Sorry, what? Machado,
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is about that.
Sorry, I'm going to just quickly swap to this real quick.
Court behind opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, who, as you recall, won the Nobel Peace Prize and then in turn dedicated it to you for your efforts in pressuring Maduro. Are you going to fully support her to take over to run the country?
Well, we're going to have to look at it. Right now, they have a vice president, as you know. I mean, I don't know about what kind of an election that was, but, the election of Maduro was a disgrace, just like my election was a disgrace. 2020 was a disgrace, and, a real disgrace. Now, 2024 was too big to rig, but what he did was, his was open. I would say, frankly, you want to know the truth? I think Charlie would testify this. It wasn't a hell of a lot worse than what they did to us in 2020. It was our election was a disgrace in 2020, and everyone knows it. And now it's come out, and it's come out even in the legal form. But it was disgraceful. He had an election that was a rigged election, and the people have no love for him. That's for sure. He had very little loyalty, if any loyalty. He was a dictator who was a tough cookie, and he ran it tough, and the people can't believe they got so lucky.
I hope he's talking about Charlie. Yeah, I will keep watching, don't worry.
Mills, he has factories where he makes cocaine, and I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine, they're sending it into the United States, so he does have to watch his ass.
Mr. President, did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved in it.
Sure. We called members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of...
I'm going to say I absolutely hate military speak. That you're being fed military slop by idiots. This was a trigger mission that we couldn't notify Congress about. Shut up, you big-eared moron.
So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Plus, if I could add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, A lot of ships out there, they sort of knew we were coming. We went through. But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakers.
people to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
He was playing Fortnite. Maduro was in the last 10. We let him finish.
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. You know what a safe place is, all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. It was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it. Go ahead, finish.
To be in the time being right now, do you know his exact
Well,
whereabouts?
eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards.
Not with
Did
me.
that weigh on your decision?
Well, that's when we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East.
Wait. Slight issue here. There is not peace in the Middle East, he's about to say. But also, Midnight Hammer did not fulfill Israel's major aim of deposing the Iranian regime, nor did it fulfill America's long-term aim of doing that.
If essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So, with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want the Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow-up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country. Yeah.
Oh, I'm surprised because I'm being told that there's a lot of talking about Machado. Machado was the perfect candidate. All she ever spoke about was just, oh, there's a $1.6 trillion opportunity in my country. Like, what? You're just going to run the country? Jeffrey Epstein's friend is going to run the country?
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and...
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to the oil
in terms of China
and drugs?
and Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to give it. In other words, we'll be selling oil probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Are you saying, Mr. President, are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that...
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course...
By the way, I'm sorry about the volume. It's kind of an issue of fiddling with this, and also how bad they're doing this.
Civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace, and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country.
Didn't Venezuela have insane poverty at that point? And largely a lot of the beneficial things into people's lives came through the use of oil revenues to fund like social safety nets by Chavez. But of course, you know, that doesn't matter to this idiot.
And they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms. I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would happen.
Wow, he is so incompetent. He is just straight up repeating himself. Just straight up over and over again repeating himself, talking about Venezuela onto steroids. Wow, amazing commentary. Thank you, Trump. And also, just saying that the US would be anything like Venezuela is frankly insane. Of course it wouldn't. The US is always going to remain one of the richest countries in the world, regardless of who wins.
Happen.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military
They're
troops
going to
to
be a
provide?
team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro, and right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn in as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, you know, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally.
By the way, this isn't going to happen. I'm going to put it out there. This will not happen because however much disdain there was for Maduro, there will be a response to this. People don't want to just be governed by the United States. I'm sorry, it is categorically untrue that is a major desire that people have in any space. There will be resistance. And he said all of this stuff initially, straight away after Gaza, with Netanyahu. He's like, we were going to take Gaza. That was his rhetoric at first. He will walk this back. This is not going to happen.
The greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States. And frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
In the country, and were any of the detained Americans?
Well, right now they're very protected because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
And are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago. Okay, wait, behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it. Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, is there a message here for Cuba?
Surrounding yourself with good neighbors who have no choice about what they will get and all of this stuff is genuinely insane.
Well, Cuba is an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing.
He's got to appease. Everyone thinks Israel is controlling America. Little Marco, he's controlling them. And it's, of course, as you all know, it is so insane to say these kind of things about Cuba when you are the ones inflicting them on. Just as in the case of Venezuela, why do you think oil production goes down? And just sitting there and threatening another sovereign country. Yeah, he's saying the quiet part out loud. She has no choice about how they will run the country. No one does. Only he does.
Nation. And we want to help the people. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way...
Also deranged to call anyone in Cuba senile when, your entire administration is based on geriatrics running it and a man behind you.
They were, all of the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems the Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba that tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, I lived in Havana and I was...
Oh my God. It's the same playbook with Iran, by the way. They don't give a shit about countries colonizing any other. And it's not the case. And there are countries genuinely engaged in this. It's just when they can speak negatively about it. And as Tony Soprano lover just pointed out, there was a good Ryan Grimm tweet to put. It's important to remember that Trump genuinely believes and was told repeatedly by Rubio that Venezuela had a hand in manipulating voting machines to help Biden win in 2020. What Trump did today must be understood in the context of this paranoid lunacy. I mean, I don't doubt... Little Marco's poisoning his mind.
And the government might be concerned, at least a little bit. Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned, it's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's a pre-existing.
The answer is yes. Yes. No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President. This woman who sold out her country, who destroyed, her life there, being a pro-US, pro-Israel shill, is now apparently not even going to be in power.
Mr. President, on Monday...
I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within, or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect within the country.
Wow. Kind of, by the way, once again, US imperialism, of course, serves Israel's goals. The two are intertwined because Israel is a facet of Western imperialism. However, the notion that this was done to install just a pro-Israel figure is... I don't know if I really believe that is entirely what's dictating US foreign policy. And yeah, what a traitor and a stooge for nothing.
Well, the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years,
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial. So it's not going to cost us anything. We want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be a very
Who is we? Because this is clearly not going directly to the U.S. government.
Important. It's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries, and we also have to have energy. Very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look. It was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Going to send in the U.S. military.
Mr. President, thank you. What did you last...
Sophie mentioned this before. Firing everyone in the U.S. administration who isn't some fucking pro-Trump stooge has produced so much stupidity because why can't they have a press conference that has normal or standard volume?
Speak to Maduro about when you spoke, and is the
Well,
US
I don't want to get
at war
into
with
the
Venezuela?
conversation.
This is one of the, categorically, this is one of the most important press conferences delivered in the last 20 years, and they don't have working audio.
But I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
You said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras who was convicted of many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quick.
It's funny because there is a huge amount of evidence that he is a drug trafficker, but in the context of, you know, Maduro, where there is next to no evidence, it's actually just we should invade it and take over the country. I can pardon who I want. This guy is regularly pardoning criminals who just sing the right tune, who give him and his family enough money, which is an amazing world to live in.
And then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
Also, by the way, Trump... I need to get up the exact statement. People are saying in the chat, like, oh, this won't be the final thing. Trump literally issued a warning to Iran, which, if there's any weight to it, will come true. He said that the US was locked and loaded to intervene if Iran got involved, if they got involved in killing protesters. He was going to rescue them. Some people have said, well, this was just clearly a distraction for them to bomb Venezuela, which maybe is true because they had nowhere near the build-up near Venezuela. But simultaneously, looking at this, is it implausible that they end up doing this?
You referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that country?
No, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela.
I'd really like to know about the split between those two. How much is going to people outside of Venezuela versus people inside Venezuela?
And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Unless it's a bad question.
Also, why is it specifically women's audio that is utterly ridiculous?
That
is fucked. Why? I don't know if any of you have noticed that. Trevor Saynar 7059, thank you for becoming a member for level 1. I don't know what member you are, but you guys, thank you for all of the memberships today.
In which case, Putin. I'll go one word. It's about who?
It's about Putin, if you want.
About Putin. Well,
okay.
That's always nice
you had
to talk about Putin.
You had a phone call with him on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't. We never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this...
I'm not.
Do you think this is definitely this is definitely like some pro-regime figure? That's why she's getting 2 questions. Because, oh my God, are you mad at Putin? What kind of question? I guess it appeals to Trump's own stupidity. And by the way, I've lost who said it, but someone said liberals are going to pull some Kafifi shit because they don't really have a serious criticism to this. Many of them have over and over again lobbied and supported Israel and tacitly supported what Biden did over there whilst going, oh, I'm a bit upset about war crimes done by Bibi. They have continually said that we are righteous and justified in spreading democracy all over the world, in doing whatever. So they don't have a serious response or anything to this about how illegal, how disgusting all of this is, how repugnant it is to continue this long-standing policy of fiddling in across the Middle East, North Africa, Africa, across Latin America, South America, Central America, wherever they can get their hands on. Because this is not a legacy that is specific to the right wing of Western politics. It is a legacy that is present and everywhere across all politics in Western society.
Thrilled with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people. I thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1/4 was? Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1/4, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace, so I only give 1/4. I thought the easiest one would be. One of the easier ones.
There's there's actually a Theodore Herzl quote that I want to read. Which may shock you because it's fucking Theodore Herzl, obviously like a key Zionist. A Zionist figure. Theodore Herzl said, "Men are ruled by the simple and fantastic. It is astonishing with what little intelligence the world is ruled. Believe me, the politics of an entire people, especially one that is scattered over the world, can only be made out of imponderables that float high in the thin air." He's right. Like, the level of stupidity that is required to believe this, to hear Trump go on the one hand, oh, I'm the peace president settling every war, whilst he and the freaks around him regurgitate the military slop about how, you know, they are... about how they are actually the president of peace is truly amazing.
Would be Russia.
And also, I've seen this sort of Platner argument unfolding. I haven't addressed it. The thing that I find impossible to rehabilitate about Platner, and I feel like no one should feel comfortable doing it, is Platner said that he joined the US military because he wanted to kill people. He doesn't really sit there and denounce it very strongly.
It's not. And they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see where last month, 30,000, it was 27,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2%, now they pay 5%. And we send them a lot of munitions. We send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25,000, 30,000 human beings. They come from 2 places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities throughout, you know, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were...
Life is a big deal. Oh, sorry, I just don't even know how to respond to this. This is just incoherent drivel.
President, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you. That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath. and we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much, everybody.
Jesus Christ. Guys, I'm just going to go for a pee and ruminate on what just the wonderful event that was the Trump press conference with the shittest audio ever. So I'm going to use Silent Sight's wonderful BRB screen, and I'll be back in like a minute or two. I am back, and I've muted the wrong thing again. No, I haven't. I haven't done it wrong. Right. Sorry, I'm back. Don't know how many of you have gone. And my phone torch is on, which is not clever. Right. Okay, we are back. Okay, a few of you went. It's not terrible. Okay, we're going to start by looking at some of the international reactions to this. But first, I do want to look at Graham Plattner's reaction and see what he had to say.
Waking up this morning, seeing the insane news that's coming out of Venezuela. The government of the United States has illegally invaded a sovereign country and kidnapped its leader. That is what's happened. This is international gangsterism. That's what this is. There are going to be people in the American political space, frankly, probably on both sides of the aisle, trying to convince us all that somehow this was justified. It isn't. Not at all. Our behavior against Venezuela over the past few months has been illegal. None of this has been authorized by Congress. None of this is being done in accordance with international law. Quite frankly, we're doing this because Donald Trump is afraid of what's in the Epstein files, and they want us focused on something.
I mean, of course I do agree with that. I think my main problem is I just really don't trust someone like this, especially because of like people like Fetterman, so many others, and all of these other people who have just kind of done nothing about this.
That's what's going.
And yeah, as long as you go through the proper channels, war is okay. I think it's just I think it's just that this guy has such a sketchy history, and the failure that you already see of seemingly more principled people, it troubles me.
Going on. Just a month ago, there was a vote in the Senate that would have required congressional input on any military action against Venezuela. It got voted down. Susan Collins is one of the people that voted against it and killed that resolution. That would have stopped this from happening. So over the next couple weeks, wherever this goes, just understand that this is a failure of the American political system. This is an absolute failure of our government.
I also personally have way more of the opinion that rather than a failure of the US political system and the justice system or anything, this is how it operates, right? Like, this is what it is and does and what it has always been in every context.
Government. We are allowing an out-of-control rogue presidency invade foreign nations and kidnap their leaders. This is going to reduce us on the international stage. It is going to continue to see us become more isolated and taken less seriously. And on top of all of it, it's immoral and utterly disgusting. I call on all Americans to turn out in opposition to this activity. This is not the behavior of a government that cares about the American people. This is behavior of a government that is lashing out with military force because it is afraid that its domestic failures are going to result in political failure. That's what's happening, and we need to stop it.
Graham Plattner for Senate. Did the typical politeness. Yeah, I mean, also, yes, I do agree that that's the problem. It's like Congress has never authorized like any of the wars that they fought. By the way, the Chavez mausoleum thing is not true. I hadn't seen it reported anywhere, but the photo is real. This is not the mausoleum of Hugo Chavez. This is the Cagigal Observatory. Cagigal Observatory. The Astronomical and Meteorological Observatory of Caracas, used by the General Command of the Bolivarian militia. So that's what was actually being bombed in that image. But I just cannot believe that we're at a point where Trump is just saying, oh, I really think that what we're doing is amazing and we're going to control and look after another country for decades to come. And it's worrying for Iran. By the way, they're not going to put the Shah of Iran in power if they're not putting Machado in power, they are not putting the Shah of Iran in power over there. It is not happening. The Shah of the Iran is the son of the last Shah of Iran lacks way more legitimacy than Machado does. It has nothing going for him. He is unpopular. He's barely, I don't even know if he ever lived in Iran. I mean, he's ancient, so maybe, but he hasn't lived there in so long. He is certainly not popular outside of a pro-Israel internet disinformation campaign. But I just want to get into, like, I cannot reiterate to you, living in the US is bad, but living in the UK is it's not just as bad, but it is certainly terrible. Listen to what Keir Starmer had to say.
Prime Minister, have you spoken to Donald Trump about what's happening in Venezuela?
No, I haven't, and it's obviously a fast-moving situation, and we need to establish all the facts. What I can say is that the UK was not involved in any way in this operation. And as you'd expect, we're focusing on British nationals in Venezuela and working very closely with our embassy. And so I will want to talk to the President, I will want to talk to allies, but at the moment, I think we need to establish the facts. I think President Trump is doing a press conference later, so hopefully more information will come out.
Can't wait for Keir Starmer to come out now he's had the time to listen to the press conference and say, you shouldn't take another country and look after it.
What is clear, though, which the White House has said, is that America carried out strikes on Venezuela and captured their leader, Maduro. Some politicians in this country have already condemned that. Do you?
Well, I want to establish the facts first. I want to speak to President Trump. I want to speak to allies.
What do you want to speak to Trump about? He said it. He's committed a war crime. Call it out. Just say it for what it is. We live in the most insane nation. By the way, just vote for the left. Just vote for the establishment left. Oh, yeah, just vote for the establishment left. It does great things.
As I say, I can be absolutely clear that we were not involved in that. And as you know, I always say and believe we should all uphold international law. But I think at this stage, fast-moving situation, let's establish the facts and take it from there.
And just lastly, for people who might have family there or the small number of Brits in Venezuela, there are some there, it might be a small number, but of course people will be very concerned. What would their advice be?
Yeah, there's about 500 there in Venezuela, and we're working with the embassy to make sure that they are well looked after, safeguarded, and get appropriate advice. So we're working at pace with the embassy on that. It is a small number, but it's an important number. It is about 500, so that's what we're doing there.
Were you a fan of Jeremy Corbyn growing up? No. At that time, I would have just been like, I hate all politicians, but then ultimately would have just been like a bit of a fucking right-winger who was like, oh, Jeremy Corbyn's just woke and the people who support him are idiots and blah, blah, blah. Right. Keir Starmer was outflanked by Nigel Farage in the most insane way. So, here's what Nigel Farage had to say. The American actions in Venezuela overnight are unorthodox and contrary to international law, but if they make China and Russia think twice, it may be a good thing. It is utterly ridiculous. Can you believe we're in 1 year after Kirk? I can't really, because when Kirk died, I believe that there was a seismic shift in the world, and it was probably like God himself being killed, because Kirk was actually a great man who was doing discourse correctly, who was really nice and was really lovely, and mocking his death should have resulted in an instantaneous execution by the US government. Is my opinion. So, no, I can't really believe that we're 1 year after Kirk, and that his memory has been so besmirched. But if they make China and Russia think twice, it may be a good thing. I hope the Venezuelan people can now turn a new leaf without Maduro. Farage is insane. Carla, he didn't just say, he said that they may be contrary to international law. He in fact said that, he didn't even say may, he said are contrary to international law. Like, he just straight up said, oh, yeah, Trump's actions are contrary to international law, but I like them. Zach Polanski said, did someone else write this for you, Nigel? Zach Polanski is about the only decent UK politician at this point. I know there are others, but yeah. Tremos also, I wanted to say thank you for the $5, and thanks for all of the donations. Thank you all for making streaming possible. Obviously, like, you know, as I said, like, revenue is not huge off when you talk about left-wing political content online, and you aren't getting major sponsorships, but yeah. I'm incredibly grateful, and also thank you for helping me to keep this, like, to do like an independent thing. It's incredibly appreciated. It's an old and obvious. This is what Pete Bookgeek had to say, which I don't know why Polanski is retweeting. It's an old and obvious pattern. An unpopular president failing on the economy and losing his grip on power at home decides to launch a war for regime change abroad. The American people don't want to run a foreign country while our leaders fail to improve life at home. Great. That'll be the Democrat spin. Oh, Trump is making a bad decision. This is a thing that Trump does and stuff. It's just grotesque and a repugnant action that is entirely in line with the behavior of the US government.
Of the Prime Minister.
It is really interesting why why he can't call any of this out. Like, why Keir Starmer can't say anything. That even Nigel Farage can say, oh yeah, it's probably illegal. The guy is fully in the pockets of the US. He just thinks it's cool because they're blowing up baddies. Let's listen to spray paint a plane and they'll detain you without trial and call you a terrorist. Kidnap the foreign head of a state, and Keir Starmer will make it very clear we've played no part in it, but we'll wait for the scheduled press conference in a few hours before potentially condemning it. By the way, the other thing that makes Keir Starmer so incredibly repugnant on all of... It is utterly ridiculous. On all of this stuff is that he is just, like, totally unwilling to actually enact anything major. And my email is accessible via my profile. He is unwilling, sorry, not enact anything major. Of course, that's repugnant. But also, he's just not willing to release any statement with any oomph or meaning to it. He doesn't care. Thanks for the £2.46. That's probably enough for a couple of caramel Freddos these days. I was going to read it as Fredo fun, but thank you, Cindy, as always. Look at Roger Waters' reaction. For God's sake, Venezuela is a sovereign state. Hands off, gringos. Oh, Roger Waters. Incroyable. C'est incroyable. But it isn't just Keir Starmer who's been pathetic. We had Kaya Kalas, who is the High Representative of Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, and the Vice President of the European Union. I, for one, am incredibly shocked that, the EU, the people who've taken such a principled stance on Palestine, are going to come out and issue not a great statement on Trump engaging in an entirely illegal operation in another country. I have spoken with Secretary of State Marco Rubio and our ambassador in Caracas. The EU is closely monitoring the situation in Venezuela. The EU has repeatedly stated that Mr. Maduro lacks legitimacy and has defended a peaceful transition. What? Oh, the EU has defended. Sorry, I thought those two were linked. Under all circumstances, the principles of international law and the UN Charter must be respected. We call for restraint. Restraint from who? Restraint from who? By the way, there is no ambiguity. They have no justification for doing this. They have no justification for invading Venezuela. There's no argument of self-defense. It was not agreed by the Security Council. They didn't go in front of Congress and get justification for it. There is literally no precedent in international law for doing any of this. I don't understand how any liberal who supports this order, who pretends that it is going to fix things, is able to sit there and look at this and condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Invading a sovereign country is bad, but it would only be bad under the guise that international law mattered. In the context of Kaya Kallas, she doesn't care about international law. And she's urging for restraint. Restraint by who? Restraint by who? And von der Leyen, who is the president of the EU Commission, wasn't much better. Following very closely the situation in Venezuela, we stand by the people of Venezuela and support a peaceful democratic transition. Any solution must respect international law and the UN Charter. With HVRP, Kaya Kallas, and in coordination with EU member states, we are making sure that EU citizens in the country can count on our full support. It's a bit of an oxymoron to talk about peaceful transition there and closely monitor a situation where Venezuela just got bombed and Trump is threatening to... Trump has kidnapped the leader and he's threatening to rule over the country indefinitely. Not sure you trust Zach Polanski. I think so far he's been pretty principled, but this is now Rupert Lowe, who's got kicked out of the Reform Party for allegedly, which is the most popular far right party in the UK, and he's now starting a new one called Advance UK. Also, thank you. Is it Advance UK? Is that what it's called? Oh, Restore Britain, which sounds great. And also, I just wanted to say, Radical Caffeine, thank you for being here, and thank you everyone who's been here today. Enjoy your sleep. It's well earned. Enjoy some rest. But let's listen to what Rupert Lowe has to say. I want British foreign policy to unapologetically put British interests first every time, all the time. If it ultimately benefits the British people, good. Let's back it. If not, no. Real politic. British interests first above all, just as the Americans do, just as the Chinese do. We haven't done that for a very long time, and we need to start now. The world has many problems, but we've got enough of them to deal with in Britain. That's our priority, our only priority. Foreign policy decisions should be made with one group of people in mind, the British. A total overhaul of the current groupthink in Whitehall. We should make no apologies for thinking and acting like that. The fact that this guy sells himself as like some kind of anti-establishment figure, like all of them, is so insane. Hey chat, Graham Plattner was an Abu Ghraib guard, Blackwater PMC, went to Iraq and Afghanistan 4 times, and wants to make the military more efficient. Yeah, I mean, that's why I don't have any like hope or trust for him. I think the issue is just capitalism. And also, thank you for the $5, Rin. For me, the issue is just capitalism, put frankly. I think that anyone, I guess, selling the policy of advocating for the destruction of capitalism through electoral politics is never, ever, ever going to work. However, it is the only option to improve the lives of people generally. Like, the only option to change and like, genuinely make things better. Also, by the way, we got J.D. Vance's pathetic little statement on all of this. Sorry. The president offered multiple off-ramps, but was very clear throughout this process. The drug trafficking must stop, and the stolen oil must be returned to the United States. Maduro is the newest person to find out that Trump means what he says. Kudos to our brave special operators who pulled off a truly impressive operation. Okay, before we move on, I just want to pull up a video of Trump talking about war. Let me see where I've put this. So there is like a 3-minute video of Trump, 2-minute video.
Because they said I had that personality to start a war. They remember that? Oh, we can't vote for him. He's going to start a war. No, I used my personality that we didn't have to have wars. I was the first president in decades who started no new wars. Who started no new wars and no new wars. No new wars. We don't need the wars, foreign lands, countries you've never heard of, countries that don't even want us there. I was the first president in decades.
That's perhaps even more ironic than countries that, than the no new wars. Countries that don't want us there. Venezuelans do not want you occupying the country.
Who started no new wars. I was the first president in decades who started no new wars. We will expel the warmongers from our government. No, we never got into a war with me. I have a great record. We had peace. We had prosperity. We had no wars. We had no wars. That started no wars. We didn't have a war. We will expel the warmongers from our government.
The guy stood behind you, Marco Rubio, is one of the biggest warmongers for all of this. The Secretary of State is a humongous warmongerer.
We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will expel the warmongers.
This is such a good bit. This is such a good bit.
From our government. And we had no wars. When you see all the people that died in these horrible wars in the Middle East and everything else, countries didn't want us. Look at Trump. Just look at this guy. He's going to go to war. He's going to take us. No. Look at me. I'm the one that kept us out of war. You know, I'm the only president that didn't start a war. I didn't start a war. This president... No wars. Started no wars. You're going to end up in a war. Or war or no war. They like a war. They love wars. You know, they love killing people. It's so wonderful. You know, I'm the only president in many, many decades that didn't start a war. They're the party of endless wars. I was the first president in decades who started no new war. There were wars all over. He said, bring back Trump. It'll all end. It all ended. We had no problem. I'm going to keep you out of wars. I kept you out of wars. We had no wars with Donald Trump.
Has he got involved in... Which wars did Biden get involved in? Or was he involved in? Was it just Ukraine? Because this guy has got involved in Iran. He's got involved in Venezuela. He's got involved in all of these things. Yeah, it's a Vuvuzela special operation. Yeah, I should have considered that. Operation Midnight Hammer. That's not war. That's not killing random people, you know.
As your president. Remember when crooked Hillary Clinton used to say, he's going to get us into a war. Look at him. Look at his rhetoric. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars. That's what happened. I said, oh.
And look at Vance. Vance telling us otherwise. And PSA for everyone saying this was illegal. Maduro has multiple indictments in the US for narco-terrorism. You don't get to avoid justice for drug trafficking in the United States because you live in a palace in Caracas. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, during the first administration, they aided and abetted, and also Obama did as well, so no off-ramp there. They aided and abetted the bombing and mass slaughter in Yemen. Oh, okay, so we've got Mamdani's actual statement now. I was briefed this morning on the U.S. military capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, as well as their planned imprisonment in federal custody here in New York City. Unilaterally attacking a sovereign nation is an act of war and a violation of federal and international law. This blatant pursuit of regime change doesn't just affect those abroad, it directly impacts New Yorkers, including tens of thousands of Venezuelans who call this city home. My focus is their safety and the safety of every New Yorker, and my administration will continue to monitor the situation and issue relevant guidance. Brilliant. It's not as strong a statement as one would have hoped for. Like, he did categorically get... One of you posted he was outflanked by... that he was outflanked by... that he was outflanked by Platner, and he was 100% outflanked by Platner. He was. I don't know. It's just all kind of insane. Like, you would really hope for more. And, like, he does have a semblance of power, and to talk about that.
Anything.
Also, by the way, whilst they don't get everything right, Max Blumenthal here got this completely correct.
So, if anything, and I just get this vibe when I read the mainstream media coverage and hear what Trump officials are saying, they're not really pumping up Maria Corina. So they must be trying to finagle some kind of deal where Maduro leaves, and then they claim they get some more moderate figure in from within the Chavista realm who they can then begin whittling them down. But that's not going to happen without the involvement of a figure like Diosdado Cabello, who is in the Maduro administration, but really holds so much sway among the military. So...
Do you think that the libs are going to be mad, and the libs are going to be like, you didn't appoint Machado, you made her come out of the country, and you didn't appoint her. Oh my God, you didn't appoint a woman.
And this is...
Look at this, and all of this for this.
Amazing, super exciting for me. We will open Venezuela for foreign investment. I am talking about a $1.7 trillion opportunity. Not only in oil and gas, which is huge, and you know that the opportunities, because we will open all upstream, middle stream, downstream to all companies, but also in mining, in gold, in infrastructure.
It really is odd that there hasn't been much mention of gold, because they have huge amounts of gold in Venezuela.
Power.
I wonder if Trump will just do it all illegally and he's like, you have to give it to the World Liberty Foundation.
We have our grid right now has a 17 gigawatt opportunity of energy potential that needs to be rehabbed. Certainly for technology and AI and
she's just like Eric Adams. We're gonna use it for AI. We're gonna build the blockchain to go after anti-Semitism.
And tourism. You know, Venezuela has 2,800 kilometers of pristine Caribbean coastline ready to be developed. So this is going to be huge. We will bring rule of law. We will open markets. We will have security for foreign investment and a transparent, massive privatization program that is waiting for you.
It's possible.
She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the. I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the leader.
The only funny thing to come out of today, apart from a few banger tweets, is that all of this was for nothing. This missed her totally. Really one of the most pathetic humans in history. She sold out her country for absolutely nothing. Trump dismissed her totally. Truly one of the most pathetic of humans in history. Literally, this woman was so pathetic. She spent her time going around going, I have a business opportunity. That's it. That's what she did. That's what she did. That's it. That's literally all she did. Let's listen to Massey going in on her.
Mr. Speaker, James Madison warned us that...
going in on regime change.
In no part of the Constitution is more wisdom to be found than in the clause which confides the question of war and peace to the legislature and not the executive. Madison called it the crown jewel of Congress. The framers understood a simple truth. To the extent that war-making power devolves to one person, liberty dissolves. If the president believes military action against Venezuela is justified and needed, he should make the case and Congress should vote before American lives and treasure are spent on regime change in South America.
Once again, it's also so funny because none of this money goes to the coffers of general Americans. Just straight money for friends of Trump.
Let's be honest about likely outcomes. Do we truly believe that Nicolas Maduro will be replaced by a modern-day George Washington? How did that work out? In Cuba, Libya, Iraq, or Syria, previous presidents told us to go to war over WMDs, weapons of mass destruction, that did not exist. Now it's the same playbook, except we're told that drugs are the WMDs. If it were about drugs, we'd bomb Mexico or China or Colombia, and the president would not have pardoned Juan Orlando Hernandez.
I mean, it is just entirely about, you know, the interests of private companies in the US, the interest of Cuban Americans who control the US government undeniably. But yeah, you know, it's not serious. It's not about improving the lives of America or making it more safely. Trump might do a Michael Manley and return Maduro as a changed man / puppet. Thomas, I'm just going to call you Thomas because I think it's you. Thanks for the 5,500 Chilean pesos. The thing is, I actually thought about that earlier. Are they just going to let him off and be like, he's a great man. He's a tough cookie.
It's about oil and regime change. And when it comes to regime change, we've already been down this road with Venezuela with nothing to show for it. In 2019, we recognized Juan Guaido. We seized their embassy here in D.C. We were told that regime change was imminent. Years later, Maduro remains in power. Today, we're told to place our hopes in other exiled figures. Edmundo Gonzalez.
By the way, I don't know enough about the Iraq War. It's never been my area of expertise. I never studied it all that much. However, in my understanding, quite a lot of the stupidity around Iraq came from information that basically was just dissidents selling idiotic stuff. Just selling idiotic stuff to the US government and then that being used over and over again.
And Maria Corina Machado. I wish them well, I do. But Congress should not express moral sympathy in the form of a blank check for military escalation and American lives. And let's take a moment to acknowledge the contradiction at the heart of this policy. This administration tells us that the Maduro regime is made up of narco-terrorists, and by escalating toward war, we would predictably create countless refugees.
I mean, that's also something which I've mentioned over and over again. It's destabilizing a country with so many people in, and I really don't think that they know how much is actually going to happen or, like, is going to come out. Why do you think he's going to New York? Gonna make a deal. Half-baked destruction thanks to the $2. I agree with you. Everything's a deal, Trump just told me. And yeah, when Maduro's on trial, he's just going to sing, Imagine all the people. And he'll be let off. Judge Mamdani's going to let him free. Trump's already inferred that Machado wasn't his objective for a future government. She lacks street cred. Thanks again, Thomas, for the 5,500 pesos. But yeah, I mean, also, that's kind of crazy to me, because I don't think that she really has... I don't disagree that she has no credibility or anything, but simultaneously, like... she's doing all the right things and saying, like, oh, I'm going to give you my country for everything. You know, I'm going to give you access to everything. We're going to do AI and bitcoins and things like that. But they don't care. They just don't care at all. Like, they just did away with her.
At the same time, this administration has moved to end temporary protected status for hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans and deports them back to the very regime it condemns. So which is it? Are we prepared to receive swarms of the 25 million Venezuelans who will likely become refugees and billions in American treasure that will be used to destroy and inevitably rebuild that nation? Do we want a miniature Afghanistan in the Western Hemisphere? If that cost is acceptable to this Congress...
Like, I think Trump's press conference felt really shaky. I think that it was something that did not feel very set in. They did know what was going to happen. Marco Rubio's going to be the king of Venezuela? Like, the emperor of Venezuela? Who fucking knows, like, what's going to happen? It doesn't seem like they had a very set plan. And it seems like, very bad things may come out of that. And you're correct, I was going to pull that up. Swarms is a very interesting word to use in the context of Venezuelans mediocre.
Then we should vote on it as a voice...
And there was an important message which I missed. I do think that he might well use the Charlie Kirk defense of singing, "We are Charlie Kirk," and he will win.
The people, and in accordance with our Constitution. And yet today, here we aren't even voting on whether to declare war or authorize the use of military force. All we're voting on is a war powers resolution that strengthens the fabric of our republic by reasserting the plain and simple language in the Constitution that Congress must decide questions of war. I urge support for this resolution, and I yield back. Mr.
I mean, yeah, but I think that unfortunately, once again, this is just a function of America. It's just a function of America. And I really hate this notion that this is some, like, new thing that is, like, just insane. like insane or different about Trump. I don't think this happens without, you know, the years that came before it. Here we have Jake Sherman talking about this. Highlighting Hakeem Jeffrey's response. Nicolas Maduro is a criminal, an authoritarian dictator who has oppressed the people of Venezuela for years. He is not the legitimate head of government. Undoubtedly, the rule of law and democracy have broken down utterly ridiculous in Venezuela, and the people of that country deserve better. One major thing to say is, one major and important thing to say is that none of these people are as harsh on Netanyahu. And like, okay, Netanyahu is a faux democratic ruler, but his legitimacy over Palestinians is undeniably disgusting and unjust and authoritarian and far more brutal than Nicolas Maduro or anyone else. He is like a brutal, bloody dictator engaged in so many war crimes. No one gives a shit, and you'd never open a statement like this about him. Shame on you, European. You should know Viceroy like Mountbatten. Oh, you think Andrew Windsor Mountbatten might take over as the leader of Venezuela? Wow. Donald Trump has the constitutional responsibility to follow the law and protect democratic norms in the United States. That is what putting America first requires. I also don't like this rhetoric of putting America first. We live in an entirely globalized world, and all human beings are equal, and they should all be treated equally, and our priority should be building a better world for everyone, not just the people of one nation. Our world is so globalized, we face so many challenges that are undeniably far beyond just the people who we live around, that we cannot be just for our country first. That is not what we as leftists should strive for. The Trump administration has not sought congressional authorization for the use of military force and has failed to properly notify Congress in advance of the operation in Venezuela. This is never done, by the way. This is just... Is there ever a point in history where this has been done? Or in recent history? The promotion of security and stability in a region requires more than just military force, as we painfully discovered in Iraq and Afghanistan. Oh yeah? What was painful about that? Like, you lost a few soldiers, or what happened to Iraqis and Afghanistanis, you know? Far too many questions remain unanswered, including with respect to whether further military actions are planned. First, how many American troops remain on the ground in Venezuela? Second, what does America is going to run Venezuela until a judicious transition takes place mean? Third, were these military strikes about seizing foreign oil to benefit friends of the Trump administration? Fourth, why did Trump pardon the former Honduran president, a narco drug trafficker convicted in an American court of law, but is willing to take us to war in Venezuela in connection with similar allegations? Pursuant to the Constitution, the framers gave Congress the sole power to declare war as a branch of government closest to the American people. The House and Senate must be briefed immediately, and compelling evidence to explain and justify this unauthorized use of military force should be presented forthwith. Yeah, I mean, it's like a fine statement, and of course those things are true. I think the hard things are just like, this is not some new and unbelievable thing. Like, this is not some new unprecedented thing. Unfortunately, this is just something that kind of goes on and on with the American and Western system. I should be clear that this is not actually something specific to, America. The UK gets involved in all of this, and so to all of the European nations. This is also an interesting thread. If you're wondering why the US hasn't bothered with manufacturing consent for this, it's because they know our mere disapproval can't stop them. Yes, and I mentioned this in the context of Palestine and how a huge sustained opposition movement that is global, that actually encompasses to some extent both sides of the political spectrum, is meaningless in many ways when it comes to actually challenging unequivocal support from both sides of establishment politicians across the vast majority of Western countries to do something about Palestine. Yeah, you've got change from Spain, you've got change from a couple of countries who have actually done something serious, but on the whole, no one gives a shit. However, what I will say is, someone in the comments said, I don't understand where this narrative is coming from. They've been manufacturing consent against Venezuela for years now. It's ridiculous. Only difference is they didn't formally gain consent from the UN or Europe or whoever else. Yes, this is also simultaneously true. The manufacturing consent against all of these people is a long-standing thing. You know? It's not something new. Thanks again, Thomas, for the 5,500 Chilean pesos. If he wanted to stop fentanyl, he'd have to shut down pharmaceutical. I think he's addicted to crude oil. Maybe it reminds him of himself. What, gloopy? And it's like his... No, Thomas, actually, that is a really, really inappropriate statement. Trump has been taking loads and loads of aspirin, so he has nice thin blood pumping through his heart. So his blood is no longer like crude oil as it once was. It's to counteract the, the McDonald's that he is constantly filling himself with. God, I'm sorry, I'm just still in awe of Machado. Machado is up there with Charlie Kirk as the biggest loser, but I guess this unfortunately extends into 2025. But I think we should give some credit that most of her, lobbying and all of this stuff occurred before before 2026. But Machado she sold out her country and she got nothing out of it. Trump just dismissed her instantaneously. Popping aspirin and pouring up Coca-Cola. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I'll probably do a little bit more live, but I'm starting to get tired about what's going on. I have never seen a meaningful mass protest against the US government's war crimes in the US, not in the past few decades. At this point, I consider all Americans complicit. They can't even protest, and I specify mass protest because there is Aaron Bushnell, a hero amongst morons. I think a big part of the problem is the Western political imagination being constrained to protest. Protest is the floor, not the ceiling. We lack mass organizing, not mass mobilization. No, sorry, not giving the US a pass here. We've seen real protests in Europe, Palestine action, violent protests, dockyard strikes, union strikes. We even saw BLM protests, but the Americans do not give a shit about the illegal wars their governments fight beyond performative bullshit. I mean, in mainstream politics, I totally agree with this. I think that, as he points out, you do have people like Aaron Bushnell who have taken extreme acts of protest, but yeah, I just, it's hard. I also had this one, which was a small tweet, which I think is worth talking about. I'm going to call it, today is the day we'll look back on and say was the end of de facto US hegemony. The Trump regime has been dismantling US soft power, but this is a full abdication in favor of Trump-Putin spheres of influence, international relations as competing petrostates. There are various economic factors at play at the moment. The tariff debacle, the accelerating shift away from the dollar and US treasuries, the precarious AI bubble, shoring up the US economy. But I think this is the geopolitical phase transition point. It's quite likely that Trump will get impeached if he doesn't die first, and if his associates can't effectively rig or otherwise suspend midterm elections, he's in a suitably similar position to Nixon, and even the decay of institutional norms can't support this level of venality. Will you continue to cover the hunger strike? The hunger strike has ended, in my understanding, right, currently. It may increase again, but I don't know. And I actually, you know what, Welly AK, Trump will, Asmongold, if he started streaming this morning, would have said, oh, this is based. However, now, I don't know that he will say it's based. Because, by the way, Nick Fuentes, probably someone who massively informs the opinions of Asmongold, has now decided that he's against this. He really liked it at first, but his new opinion is that... initially seemed like a solid operation to cleanly, bloodlessly, and quickly remove Maduro from power last night. But this new policy of running Venezuela with US soldiers sounds like a massive overcommitment. I have zero confidence in nation building. Big mistake. I mean, reasonable-ish position. I mean, he's deranged, first of all, for saying that there was anything positive about what they initially did. But the second part of like, oh, nation building won't work is a fine opinion. But now Asmongold won't like it. And Trump has probably just tanked any major benefit that he would have got from this. It's like epic military operation to do what? To get the US involved and to extract some money from Venezuela, which will pale in comparison to what they invest. But I think there's a lot of questions that will keep going down. Talking about Palestine action. The media wants to bury it. Yes, indeed, they do want to bury the Palestine action related stuff. Sorry, I'm itchy. I don't know if Trump will get impeached. I wonder if Trump does get impeached. I mean, things are not going well for the Trump administration in spite of what he's saying. Maybe he will get impeached. And once again, the US just sucks. Like, the US just straight up sucks. This is bad. It's objectively bad. I think part of me is just filled with this bleakness today that would normally be a larger anger, but over the last year, it's kind of reduced in the sense of not only do I expect this from the US and the international order, but it just doesn't feel in any way that anyone is going to challenge this in any serious, meaningful capacity. And I am so done with anyone who tells me that I just have to vote for the Labour Party in the UK as well as Democrats. You know, they're not doing anything. If the protests and actions are going to actually affect anything, they have to look a lot less like the PSC and a lot more like Palestine Action. I mean, of course, I can't really... It's like a complex legal thing, but you are correct. Palestine Action were not banned because they're a terrorist organization. Palestine Action were banned because they represented a genuine threat to the Israeli lobby. They actually, in a sense... like, threatened Israeli weapons and assaults on the people of Gaza. They saved people's lives. Sure, Israel would still go on killing. However, I think it's really important to note that that is why it is done with. And by the way, the pessimism of intellect, the optimism of will, part of my, sometimes I do agree with that statement, but also I do think that reading and learning does fill me in some senses with optimism, especially psychoanalytic stuff, because I believe people invest too much of a notion in the idea that algorithms, AI, and all of this stuff are ever fully going to be able to control human beings. And part of me believes, and I kind of talked about this with Taylor, that perhaps the tacit form of algorithm manipulation that has existed on TikTok, Instagram, and all of these places for a very long time is much better than is much better than having like just you have to watch Barry Weiss, because there's no two ways about it. If everyone is forced to hear the opinions on Palestine exclusively from Barry Weiss in this social media like concept that many people like because they think it is democratized and freer, part of me thinks that that will provoke more of a reaction than the more tacit situation in which we live in now. Well, you know what I will say, and you may not like this. It may not have happened. You may be right that it may not have happened under Kamala Harris, but it certainly wouldn't have changed. The situation with Maduro would have become more and more untenable for the people of Venezuela. Perhaps there's no guarantee that they carried out this exact operation, but in the context of, well, you know what? I doubt that this was done or like just rehearsed under the Trump administration, because maybe they, like with Iran, the bombing of Iran was not actually a really like something that came from the Trump administration. It was something that came from Biden and that era. They trained for it for decades. So look, maybe she doesn't do it, but she lays the groundwork. She maintains the system. She doesn't change things. And I think that that is the thing which I cannot help but bear in mind and think about, you know? The Epstein files are shaping up to be his Watergate, and despite the dire state of the GOP, it looks like his coalition is fragmenting, and people are looking at the exits. He's not without resources, e.g. billionaires, media, and SCOTUS, but things don't look good to mid to long term. The Church Commission won't do here. You're looking at something comparable to de-Baathification just to sort out the internal problems of the state. We know what sort of problems that can breed. Okay, so a few thoughts here. I wonder, right, there have been larger scandals that have affected Trump than Watergate. Comparing anything that's going on with Trump to Watergate is a little ridiculous. In the Robert Redford episode of Why Theory, and the reason I'll bring this up is because they talk about all the president's men, and they talk about one of the main historians. I'm not a main thinker. I don't know much about Watergate. I've seen All the President's Men, and I've read a little bit, but one of the things about All the President's Men, one of the things about Watergate is the reason that it worked so well is that there wasn't really like a huge right-wing disinformation opposition group at the time. Not to say US media was like a far better landscape, but they just didn't have the network that they have currently of like online influencers, although they have been totally useless in the face of this Trump stuff, mainstream media and such, but they can get people focused on other things. So actually, you know what? I'm not sure if I'm correct in saying that, because you also have this point of pointing out, well, you know, these people have got people talking about Somalis rather than anything serious that's going on in the world, you know? That's constantly talked about, Chris. It's annoying, Chris. What's constantly talked about? What are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking about? Who is going to capture our pedo king of America? Venezuela. They're coming back. They're coming back. They're coming back. But yeah, I just think in the context of like this, I don't see this as Watergate because they're just distracting from it. They're distracting from it. And they will continue to distract from it. And bombing Venezuela is another day away from it. Trump is definitely like a pedophile. Trump is a pedophile. That's constantly talked about. It's annoying. What do you mean it's constantly talked about, though, Watergate? In the context of people like this and Epstein, what's annoying about Watergate? Setting up and executing the same wars. They just go through the right legal processes. They would have gotten people to agree with them and stuff. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know whether they would have actually bothered to even get people to deal with it. And the notion the good guys won. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, the Watergate didn't necessarily solve everything. Like, it definitely didn't. Many people around him were never held to account, and the things they were doing were so awful and grotesque. And they just, many of the, like, issues that it caused for the US, they just got rid of through things like the Safari Club, which was, like, outsourcing, intelligence to so outsourcing intelligence to other countries, other dictatorships. So sorry, I'll just finish this off. We know what sort of US civil war is not an impossible project further down the line if Dems fuck it up. This is before they try to fix the global role of the US, which even assuming economic time bombs haven't gone off, which will be extremely difficult. The system of international norms that look to be frayed by war in Palestine has been totally blown apart. Okay, this guy's a Democratic influencer, which is fucking annoying. Because he referred to it as war. It's a genocide, objectively. The increasingly tempting alternative for politicians of both parties with sufficient strategic intelligence and insufficient moral principle will be to play the hand of Trump that Trump has dealt. A reduced sphere of influence, restricted economic niche, maybe with different marketing. And this is all before we take into account the reactions of other big global players beyond Russia. However things shake out here, and however quickly it happens, it's hard not to see this as the starting pistol on the unraveling of the US global order. Palestine maybe more? Oh, no politics here just dropped. It's okay, mediocre. I'm done, I think. I'm pretty much done. But yeah, I mean, I am not this big believer that we finally get the death of US imperialism as a result of just this. There have been many, many cuts to it that have not ended up in the way that I might have hoped or thought was going to happen. But yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm going to call the emergency stream to a close here, especially because No Politic Here has just dropped. That is perfect. I've been live for 4 hours. I thank you all so much for your support, your watching, and just everything that you have done. All of the donations and memberships. Honestly, it is so incredibly kind. I hope you have a lovely rest of the day. And yeah, I'll speak to you guys soon. Try and enjoy the new episode of No Politic Here. It's a banger episode with Taylor Lorenz. It is really, really good in my opinion. It's one of my favorite episodes we've done yet. Yeah, honestly, thank you so much. I hope you have a lovely, lovely rest of the day and see you guys soon.